So I'd like to begin this afternoon's session. I just need a few more ogimas. Caitlin. So this afternoon's agenda, we're going to begin with the human trafficking prevention and victim support. We're going to do the Ontario Housing and Infrastructure Needs Assessment. We're going to move into the Canada Water Act modernization and ISC water wastewater framework. And we're going to do the mine development mapping and First Nations, First Ministers meeting planning update. Those are with the AFN. The Ontario Final Agreement update, the Women's Council update, and the 2 LSGBTQIAPD and Council updates. And then we're going to have announcements. And then it's going to be that for the afternoon. We got a couple of young ladies doing some project or film development work with NAN. So they're looking for Chief Matthias. If you're in the room, if you can put your hand up so Caitlin can come and see you. Chief Lorraine and Chief Carla. They're from the NAN communities. Okay. All right. We will try again.
That's what you say. Here's the Indian Act. This is the law that governs this relationship. Here it is where you have to permit.
Caitlin.
And it has to be issued. The minister can issue for up to a year. Anything longer, it's got to be consent to the council. It's the law.
I'm not your answer. Well, you know what? Yeah. So yes. Yeah. While we're waiting for everybody to come in, we'd like to acknowledge our guests this afternoon, the late or the former chief of Curve Lake First Nation, celebrated his 90th birthday. Chief Keith Knott. Chief Keith Knott. Chief Keith Knott is here. He's joined us for this afternoon. I'm going to call Elder Fred Kelly. He said a few minutes. Uncle Fred's minutes sometimes are just so full of information. However, Elder Kelly. And when we're finished with Elder Kelly's presentation, we're going to move into the human trafficking prevention and victim support with Sarah Whalen. Okay, I'll just move right along. Thanks. So Sarah, if you were here, you come and do the presentation on human trafficking prevention and victim support. Sarah.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Miigwech Nyawe, to Adam, Vera, and Shem for keeping us moving forward in such a kind way. My name is Sarah Whalen. I'm the acting director of Women's Initiative Sector. And in this role, I have the pleasure of supporting both the Women's Council and the Two Spirit Plus Council in their advocacy and capacity building. And I work to ensure that their voices, perspectives, and living experiences are present and heard in places and spaces of decision making and policy setting, whether that be with Chiefs of Ontario, at assemblies, or with colonial government. I want to acknowledge and thank each of the 4 advisory councils we have here today. I feel very privileged as I got to spend a lot of time with them, and in particular, a big miigwech nyawe to the First Nations Women's Council, whose expertise and guidance strongly influence the work of the Women's Initiative sector, and hence directly shapes what I'll be sharing today in this presentation. So before I get started, I want to recognize that this topic can be triggering and re-traumatizing. It is heavy. This topic may bring up all sorts of feelings, sadness, fear, grief. I encourage you to let these feelings and these emotions flow through you. I encourage you to reach out to your neighbors, to connect with them through a gentle hand on the shoulder or a hug or a kind word. And this is a reminder from our knowledge keeper, Pat and Donna, to keep breathing, find your breath, keep your feet planted on the floor, connected to Mother Earth. And I want to share some words from knowledge keeper Valerie King as well before I get into things. She shared with me to keep feasting, keep singing, and keep dancing as a way to stay in communion with those who have passed. Affected family members at our recent MMIWG 2S Plus family gathering shared that through dreams and visions, their loved ones often visit them and can comfort them by sharing that they are okay where they are. I hope that you can hold these words with you throughout the presentation. There we go. Okay. So an overview today, we're first going to go through an overview of regional victim services, availability and accessibility. This is included in reference to Resolution 2520S, First Nations Women's Shelters Underfunding, which was passed at last year's ACA. Next, I will share about Bill 41, which was a private member's bill brought forward to the Ontario Legislature regarding protection from coerced debts incurred in relation to human trafficking. And this has recently been incorporated into Ontario's Bill 119, which is the Protecting Ontario's Streets and Communities Act. And lastly, I will share some information regarding human trafficking and MMIWG2S+, as well as the association between these violent acts and sites of resource extraction and development. Oh, there. So to start off, I'm going to provide a high-level overview of regional victim services, availability, and accessibility by starting off with sharing a funding announcement from November 2025 that introduced $8 million in funding for this fiscal year and another $15 million for the next fiscal year in capacity funding for more than 300 shelters across the province. But a fraction of these 300 shelters are pan-Indigenous focused, and not all of these 300 shelters are necessarily providing supports for family violence. They could also be targeted to provide services for unhoused folks or providing adjacent services. There are currently about 36 shelters under the umbrella of Aboriginal Shelters of Ontario, also known as ASU. But again, these are not necessarily First Nations specific, and they're not necessarily located on or near a First Nation community. The reality is that, echoing the resolution on this topic, shelters servicing First Nations people fleeing violence operate at maximum capacity and experiencing staffing constraints based on funding availability. But shelters are not the only place for women, Two-Spirit folks, men, families, really anyone to get services for violence prevention and other adjacent counseling and supports. There are various programs through and funding streams under the Indigenous Healing and Wellness Strategy, which as well as the province's Pathways to Safety Strategy, which is Ontario's response to ending gender-based violence against Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit folks that seek to provide these supports. One such program is the Family Wellbeing Program, of which the objectives are to end gender-based violence and race-based violence, reduce the number of Indigenous children in care, and improve overall health and well-being. I'm sure many of you, most of you, are familiar with this program, as the intention is for each community and PTO to have at least one of these workers. But of course, this is up to nation-level agreements and capacity of each individual First Nation or PTO. I share this in case that you're thinking about expanding prevention services in your community. This could be an avenue to look at in dialogue with the province or any nation level or PTO level funding agreements for social services. There is about 35 million invested in this program annually, serving an average of 75,000 Indigenous clients. Again, this is not a distinctions-based breakdown, so these are not First Nations clients specifically. And I do want to quickly share that while the sector is not involved in any way in negotiating funding, we do advocate strongly for increased funding for prevention and response services for gender-based violence. And we advance these priorities through the Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services through our membership on the Indigenous Women's Advisory Council for Ontario. We have started some preliminary services mapping and raised this as a need with MCCSS. And this notion is and has been one of the sectors and the Women's Council's formal priority items that we push for in our provincial and federal advocacy. So the next thing that I'll share with you all is regarding Bill 41, regarding protection from coerced debts. This legislation was proposed to assist victims, survivors of human trafficking by alleviating the financial consequences of any debts that they have been forced to accumulate as a result of being trafficked or by their trafficker for the trafficker's financial benefit. Guided by the Women's Council's vast experience and expertise in relation to human trafficking and following a motion by Leadership Council, we submitted a technical submission on how Bill 41 ought to be implemented in practice from a First Nation specific, trauma-informed, and survivor-centric lens. We advocated for the adoption of a presumptions-based model, meaning that all debts incurred while experiencing trafficking should be assumed to be coerced. This is important because opening up the ability to dispute individual or minute debts increases the burden on survivors, and the burden of proof should not fall on them, especially considering that they have their healing to prioritize. We also advocated for the development of survivor-centered debt dispute resolution mechanisms. This would essentially mean that if there is to be a ceiling or a cap on how much debt will be presumed to be coerced debt, and hence zeroed out, that anything beyond a set maximum would then be disputed in a survivor-centered process, ideally not in a court setting, instead being resolved by the same service provider agencies that already provide them supports and who are familiar with them. And lastly, that there must be ongoing monitoring and evaluation of the regulations and frameworks associated with implementing the bill. So a couple weeks ago, bundled into Bill 119, amendments to the Prevention of and Remedies for Human Trafficking Act were tabled, which will effectively implement Bill 41. There will be a presumption-based model for debts up to $50,000. I will note that the average debt carried by survivors is around $25,000. And service delivery organizations will be the main point of contact for survivors seeking redress, and that these organizations will work with survivors to evaluate and authorize the zeroing out of any coerced debts. There will be a court-based process for higher value debts on this, and the details on this are not yet known. But additionally, collection agencies and banking institutions will be fined if they knowingly pursue debt collection after notification that the debts were a result of coercion in relation to human trafficking. These institutional fines will be up to $50,000. From our perspective, this is a step in the right direction as we see our major recommendations included in the implementation plan. So my last topic in this presentation will segue into the related resolution, number 26/13A. And I'll remind any folks who have just joined that this is a heavy topic. If you're feeling overwhelmed, if you feel feelings flowing through you, keep your feet planted on the ground, reach out to those beside you. So human trafficking is one category of MMIWG2S+. It is one of the many reasons or methods under the umbrella of MMIWG2S+ for which people may go missing or may be killed. In this context, human trafficking is predominantly trafficking for the purposes of sexual exploitation. A study was undertaken by Thomson Reuters, a news outlet, and published last year on the connections between human trafficking, sex advertisements through the internet, and MMIWG2S+ across Turtle Island. This was inclusive of Canada and the United States. The report reinforces and echoes what communities, survivors, and families have been saying for years and decades. I'm going to be showcasing a few maps on the next few slides, and I'm doing so because the data that is visualized on these maps really informs the next steps for this work. So the maps showcased here, the top in red is showing concentrations of disappearances of Indigenous women. This is not distinctions-based, compared to the bottom map showing concentrations of sex advertisements featuring Indigenous women. We can see a concentration of advertisements, particularly around border regions between Canada and the US, just east of the Great Lakes, and particularly around the Edmonton area. There is a trend of traffickers increasingly using online mediums to recruit and entice First Nations individuals to visit or relocate to urban areas under false pretenses. This could be potentially, a relationship that's formed online and they're enticed to move to an urban area, only to then be trafficked. So there is a great need for safety planning when folks are traveling into urban centers or relocating. whether it be under these false pretenses or for more standard things like medical appointments or visiting family. So this next image visualizes the cross-border nature of trafficking. The dots on this map represent locations where advertisements are posted if that same user had posted in both Canada and the United States. We can see the most concentrated area by far being Edmonton, which indicates that the individuals featured in this area are most likely to be featured across both countries. And lastly, this visualization shows that repeat posters appear to be traveling and posting ads in various locations. This is consistent with trafficking, where victims are often moved very quickly between different locations. I want to share an example from the report that illustrates this, shared by a human trafficking liaison officer. I will read a direct quote now from them. She was reported missing to Mohawk police. 10 minutes later, she was located in Ottawa via an escort website. If a girl or a woman is recruited one morning in Akwesasne, by tonight she'll be in Toronto, Windsor, or Montreal. She won't be in Cornwall. She'll be as far away as possible. This phenomenon leads to the broadening of jurisdiction because of the rapid relocation of trafficked persons. I want to take a moment now to bring us back to the national inquiry into missing and murdered women, girls, and Two-Spirit people, specifically Section 13 of the Calls for Justice, which are focused on calls for extractive and development industries. We know that it is estimated that about 51% of women and 50% of girls trafficked in Canada are Indigenous. The national inquiry clearly finds that communities located near resource extraction and development projects often see an influx of temporary workers, primarily non-Indigenous settler men lodged in temporary housing, which could be motels or hotels in the surrounding community, or prefab housing, often described as man camps or boom towns. The national inquiry is clear that the culture in these environments is misogynist and hypermasculine and dehumanizes Indigenous women. Though I'm sure this isn't new to you, I reiterate it because I want to recognize the depth of work and the testimony that went into the national inquiry. It isn't anecdotal. This is a living reality. It's well documented, and the calls for justice are incredibly instructive in what we need to do collectively to remedy this. The calls for justice are legal imperatives. Without intervention, calls for justice 1.4, 4.2, and 13.5 at minimum are contravened by Bill 5, Bill C5, and potential legislation related to major projects office independence. I will quickly review what these calls for justice are. So 1.4 is regarding upholding of political rights. 4.2 is regarding the right to self-determination in the pursuit of economic and social development on an equitable basis. And 13.5 is regarding the responsibility of industry and all levels of government to anticipate increased demand for and work to expand social infrastructure to meet the needs of host communities and surrounding areas before the project itself is underway. I want to be clear when we discuss this topic that trafficking is not caused by resource extraction and development projects. It is not inevitable that such projects will be associated with trafficking. Trafficking is caused by colonial, patriarchal, sexist worldviews. Trafficking of human beings can only be done by people who devalue other human beings. This is a very violent worldview and a worldview that is entitled to others' bodies and spirits. Oops. So I just want to review the next steps that could arise from this work as detailed in the associated resolution. Firstly, pressing for industry accountability through training and education. Secondly, calling for an MMIWG 2S Plus or human trafficking specialized unit at the national level through the RCMP, recognizing that trafficking is interprovincial and interterritorial, and the rapid relocation of missing persons exists when they're being exploited through sex trafficking. And lastly, advocating for survivor and community-led approaches to violence and trafficking prevention strategies. I thank and recognize the chiefs and leadership here who are working to advance these issues. At this time, I would love to invite up my friend and Two-Spirit Council member Nawaka Gishimigwan to provide some words and share a song in remembrance of our lost loved ones.
First and foremost, for the person who stole my sacred rattle, I want you to know I have a new, improved, bigger version. I come back from lunch and my sacred item had gone. It grew legs and walked away. One day when I was walking outside of my home, I stopped in my tracks and I realized that there was something really heavy weighing on me. And it was that my sisters were possibly living with the effects of feeling that they were part of a disposable population here in Canada. And I knew that I had to do something. So 30 years ago, I joined Sisters in Spirit and I got active. And so I started to work on pushing for the national inquiry into murdered and missing Indigenous women, girls, trans-identifying and Two-Spirit people. And we were influential in adding trans and Two-Spirit people from our chapter of Sisters in Spirit in Hamilton. And there's a lot more work that we have to do. After the inquiry was delivered, there's a number of calls for justice that we have to educate Canadians, but also ourselves on, that there's much work that we need to do. All of my ancestors were warriors. All of your ancestors were warriors. Today, when we entered our circle, we welcomed all of our ancestors and our warriors to join us here. We are the reason that our ancestors have ever existed. Many of our murdered and missing Indigenous women, girls, trans-identifying Two-Spirit people, and many of our murdered and missing Indigenous men, boys, trans-identifying Two-Spirit people, and our ancestors were warriors as well. Because of them, many of us have found our voices and have learned how to use our voices to fight the ongoing forms of violence and harm that we face every day. One night, my older brother called us around the fire to teach us this song that had been gifted to him. We were told to bring our drums and our shakers. We sat around the fire and were gifted this honor song to share with our relatives and our ancestors. I'm going to share that song with you today. Today we honor all of our warriors, past, present, and those who will eventually put on their war bonnets. Bama pio gejana kwa, mando gejana kwa. Hey oh hey oh hey oh hey, hey oh hey oh hey oh. Hey oh hey oh hey oh hey, hey oh hey oh hey oh hey, hey oh hey oh hey oh hey, hey oh hey oh. Jimmy Gwatch.
Miigwech, 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 miigwech. Resolution, sorry, microphone one.
Oh, hi, Chief Donna Bickenu. I'm just wondering if I can give my time to the Huron Regional representative for the Anishinaabe Nation just to speak on our behalf. Miigwech.
Oh, Miigwech, and thank you for that presentation. And I wasn't planning on speaking to it at this point, but I just want to, on the heels of what you presented there, I think it was a good segue. Just to let the chiefs and assembly know that there is a draft resolution coming up through the Anishinaabe Nation Assembly that talks about these calls for justice based out of the inquiry. And what this is going to be asking is for support from the chiefs and assembly to create a body that's independent from government, that's indigenous led, that's funded through resources that would be either government or private sector industry, to pick up on cold cases that have been left by police associations throughout Canada, and to help continue to investigate these cases of MMIWG 2S plus, and continue to bring closure to our families, provide support during those processes. So there is a resolution coming up in the near future that will be brought to this assembly. It's currently making its way through the Anishinaabe Nation Assembly. We're drafting it with the correct wording. But we will be looking for your support as a continuation of following up and pressuring government on these calls to justice. So miigwech for that, and miigwech for your presentation.
Miigwech, miigwech. Resolution 2613A. Subject is the recognition of the link between resource extraction and development and the ongoing crisis of MMIWG2S. Moved by Chief Sherry Taylor. Are you here, Chief Taylor? And it's seconded by Chief June Black. Oh. A number of whereases. And going down to, therefore be it resolved that we, the Chiefs in Assembly, direct the Chiefs of Ontario to include the national inquiry's calls for justice and the advocating strategy in opposition to Bill 5 and Bill C5 and advocacy related to major projects, including highlighting that the calls for justice are legal imperatives and that without intervention, calls for justice 1.4, 4.2, and 13.5 at minimum are contravened by Bill 5 and Bill C5. Call on the federal government through the RCMP to establish and adequately fund an MMIWG2S plus or human trafficking specialized unit developed and operated in partnership with First Nations communities and organizations with meaningful Indigenous oversight and accountability mechanisms. Direct the Chiefs of Ontario Secretariat Women's Initiative Sector and the First Nations Women's Council to develop and press for the application of government and industry accountability frameworks to address heightened violence and human trafficking risks linked to resource extraction and development projects. advocate for the centrality of survivor and community-led approaches to violence and traffic prevention strategies, including related to resource extraction and development projects through survivor-led adversary roles and dedicated funding streams for First Nations-led survivor-driven programs and policy development. Work with natural resources, Canada's dedicated MMIWG2S Plus and Resources Development Policy Team to advance Ontario First Nations priorities. Direct the Chiefs of Ontario Secretariat Women's Initiative sector to identify and secure sufficient funding to support the activities described in Clause 3 and to report back to the Chiefs in Assembly at the next annual Chiefs Assembly on activities undertaken. Note that this resolution is without prejudice and gives support to any initiatives or work being undertaken by First Nations organizations, survivors' families, and experts on this issue or related issue, and to the inherent and treaty rights of all First Nations in Ontario. That is the resolution. Would the mover and/or seconder like to speak to the resolution?
Yes. I'm Ogamakwe Sherry Taylor for Ganugaming First Nation, and I move this resolution. I first of all like to thank all those that were part of the work that's part of the important and critical work that's needed for our women and those that are most vulnerable, our two-spirit people. We all, we love our people, especially our young ones. And in my community, there's a lot of resource extraction, there's mining, and we see that happening in our own community. There is human trafficking happening. So it's, we need to move forward and bring these resolutions for us so the work can continue. I just want to say that, since time when early European settlers came to Turtle Island, they viewed us, and I say us as Anishinaabe women, Indigenous women, that our bodies as inherently vulnerable and less valuable. This colonial hierarchy normalized the use of Indigenous women and girls for forced labor and sexual exploitation. These systemic prejudices established a dangerous precedent of viewing Indigenous women as expendable. These systemic prejudices still exist today. They exist today in many areas. And those things need to be teared down. It has been over 7 years since the final report of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Women and Girls were released. We have heard testimonies from families for decades about the violence against our relations, our women, our girls, our two-spirit people. We have lived it, whether we have missing or murdered loved ones in our families or in our communities. As we discuss Bill 5, C5, and major projects legislation at this assembly, we cannot leave our women, our girls, and our two-spirit relatives out of this conversation. This legislation will expedite projects on our lands, and we must ensure their safety. Well-being, self-determination remain a priority as we advance nation building for our nations. It is known that resource extraction and development projects, many happening in the north, occurring on our traditional territories and our homelands, are linked to increased violence against our women, girls, and two-spirit relatives, and that there are links between these work camps or man camps and human trafficking. These realities cannot be ignored. Nation building must not come at the cost of the safety of wellness of our community members. I ask for your support to advance this resolution. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Chief Black.
Kwe, Ukema kwe, June Black Dishnikas, Abatibi and Schnabek, Duji, Mukwando them. I second this resolution, particularly because it's close to home for me. You know, when I see what's happening, continuing to happen to our Indigenous women that are out there on the streets and at risk, how do we protect them? You know, one night in 1976, I was 12 years old. It was the last time I saw my relative. She was really, really intoxicated, and she was really, she didn't really know what she was doing, and she ran out into a storm. And I tried to stop her. However, I was only 12 years old, and she was much stronger than I was. So she got away, and I never seen her again. She got picked up that night and was raped and left to freeze. You know, for years that was buried in me. And when the missing and murdered issue came up, it all came back. So, and that's continuing today. You know, as I drive around and I see all these tents, and I see our beautiful, beautiful young women out on those streets, and that always comes back to me, that they're at risk. And what are we going to do to protect them? How do we protect them when they continue to put themselves at risk? Man camps. I first heard of those man camps when I went to ceremony in South Dakota. They were talking about it in ceremony, and I didn't know what they were talking about. I was listening, and they were explaining, and the drug, the name of the drug crystal meth came up, and I didn't know what that was. This was 2005. And they were explaining to me that the women were going to these camps, and the men were feeding them drugs and money in exchange for their sexual gratification. I knew that eventually then that this would hit home, that it wasn't going to be long before it came to Canada, and it did. So here we are. Now we're dealing with these man camps. Give me some. I know that, I don't know if many of you know, but there's a link to PDAC. Okay, you all know the mining conference, the big mining conference, PDAC. There's a lot of trafficking that goes on there with all these executives. And it's a hub. It's a hub where that happens. And I don't think too many people know about it because they don't want to talk about it. But I think it's time we talk about it. We sign IBA agreements with these companies, and these companies are accountable. They need to ensure the safety of our people. It's not only about the resources, but it's about our people and their safety. And you can put in those agreements, you can make that a part of that agreement, that they will ensure the safety of our people. Our women are sacred. And, you know, they're responsible for honoring those agreements. When these man caps, and this is for Sherry Taylor, when these man camps are set up, they should have cameras. Like they should be right there watching who enters those camps. And there should not be one woman on that camera. And who's checking those cameras? That's something else that should be done. That's a prevention measure. We really need to think about prevention measures, and we need to really get these proposals funded from the Anishinaabe and the women's sector. So with that, those are my comments. I really hope that you support this resolution. I found it to be very, very important to speak on. Miigwech.
Miigwech, miigwech, miigwech. Is there any comments, questions, clarification on the resolution? Ogima Kwe Bell. Microphone 4, then microphone 1.
Okay, Miigwech, Chief Karen Bell, Garden River First Nation, Kagawanzibi. So I definitely fully support this resolution. It's a long time in coming, I do believe. Previously to me becoming the Chief of Garden River, I spent almost 40 years in law enforcement, worked with Toronto Police, RCMP, and with my home community for almost 35 years. And I also do sit on the board for Victim Services of Algoma. And I can see the rise in human trafficking cases that are coming to those types of services. And I think that the resolution that has been brought forward is just a no-brainer. We have to protect our women. We have to protect our children. We have to protect our two-spirit and transgender people. And they're the most vulnerable people. And we always say that we're out for the best interest of these people. So it's hands down why we would not support that resolution. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Microphone 1.
Buju Kinawe, Ogamamaskan with Quinn Indigenous Cause, Makwendo to Mom Janong and Donjaba, Chief Janelle Namaben. I absolutely support this resolution that's coming forward. Not so much of an addition, but more so of a collective advocacy that we can leave here with, and that is more accountability on industry, absolutely. Further to that, though, we should all be advocating for when they're doing onboarding at any of these man camps, whenever they're moving to do work other places, that MMIW and that the awareness factor is included as part of their onboarding. So just wanted to plant that seed of thought for everybody when we are engaging with industry, that that's something that we advocate for. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Microphone 4.
Okay, bonjour. Minana, okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Chief Kazis from Niskandiga First Nation. I support this resolution because whatever happens down south comes up north. You know, it's we experienced that during our winter road time. You know, we've seen some trafficking happening heading up north, and it's very concerning what's happening today. You know, it's mostly industry people. You know, where's the safety for the public? There's no safety plan from the Premier in Canada for for human trafficking. There's no safety. There's no safety plan in place whatsoever. That's like we're experiencing a lot of human trafficking and drug trafficking, you know, and crime coming up to our area. You know, and that's a hiding place for the criminals coming up north. And a lot of them are making themselves an empire up north. you know, and then that's not good for our young people. You know, so I support this resolution, and I guess this reflects to the northern community too. That's all I want to ask at the end. So, miigwech.
Miigwech. Any other comments, questions, clarification? Microphone 4?
It's Rodney Howe, proxy for Poplar Hill First Nation. Deputy Chief wanted me to bring up the fact that I think this resolution, or there might be other resolutions similar to this, connect back to the women that are missing in Thunder Bay, the lack of the police effort. So they wanted me to bring that up. Years ago, when there was a man cap developed in Sulicut for Wate, and we have to be fair about this because Wate is owned by our First Nations, right? I was working for a child and family service agency in Sulicut. We were called actually to meet about this particular concern. And I just wanted to bring that to the attention of the rest of the First Nations. We are caught up in this also. We own businesses, companies, right, as First Nations. And we have to make sure that we stand behind our women. And that's why I have chosen today to stand up with the women here on this particular issue. So we will support this resolution. Thank you.
Miigwech, miigwech. Any other comments, questions, clarification?
Chief Wabas here,
Chief
online.
Wabas?
I would like number 4 on the resolution says, direct the chiefs of Ontario, Secretary of the Women's Initiative sector to identify and secure sufficient funding to support the activities. Sounds like Chiefs of Ontario, Secretary of the Women's Initiative has funding. Or are we implying that they seek funding from Canada and Ontario? Maybe it should state that to identify and secure sufficient funding from Canada and Ontario to support the activities. The mover? All right. I support this resolution. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Was that a question? Yes. So Chief Wabas, you were asking for amendment to the resolution and section 4. Can you read us your wording?
Actually, that's the wording I was looking for. An addition to the resolution, therefore be it resolved, number 4, to specifically say funding from Canada and Ontario to support the activities described in clause 3. All right, thank you.
So the mover and seconder is that, are you okay with that amendment? Yes? Chief Sherry, you're okay with that? Yes? Chief June Black, yes, miigwech, miigwech. That is the resolution. Is there any other comments, questions on the resolution? Questions called. Those opposed to the resolution? Those opposed to the resolution? Those opposed to the resolution? Any abstentions to the resolution? Any abstentions to the resolution? Any abstentions to the resolution? The resolution's carried, or the motion's carried. Resolution, thank you. Shem, right? Shem is going to do the next agenda item.
First, I would like to say miigwech to Sarah for taking extra precautions to ensure the safety of our leadership during her presentation, and miigwech to our chiefs for putting their heart into this very important matter. Moving on to the next agenda item, I will call up Sam Abati, Director of Housing and Infrastructure, to deliver a presentation on the Ontario Housing and Infrastructure Needs Assessment. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone, leadership and elders, knowledge keepers. Thank you for your time today. Again, my name is Sam Abtai, Director of Housing and Infrastructure at Chiefs of Ontario, bringing you today a presentation and followed with a resolution included regarding the closing the infrastructure gap report and a needs assessment and a tracking function for investments made for housing and infrastructure. And this is not entirely a new matter. This would have been before you a couple of years ago when a similar aerial work was done. By way of background, again, this goes back to the platform, the ministerial mandate that was provided at the time in a previous administration for the government to basically close the infrastructure gap for First Nations by 2030. That was a national initiative that flowed through Resolution 26/2021 that directed this work, and ultimately after that followed through by the AFN, a report that's come to be known as the CTIG report, Closing the Infrastructure Gap, was published and produced in collaboration with Indigenous Infrastructure Canada as well. This report gets cited a lot of times. You see this report and its investment needs being cited in the Auditor General reports as well as several other areas, and constantly is referred at the House, at the Senate, as one of the main reports to assess what are the needs to close the housing and infrastructure gap as well. And this matter again comes before you after deliberations with our Chiefs Committee on Housing and Infrastructure, where it was recognized that a lot of times some of the needs that are unique to regions are not necessarily reflected in a national approach. And even further down, nuances of regions within regions are again bringing some complications of not bringing forth all those needs appropriately as well. And oftentimes, as I said, these reports make their way to the House, they get discussed at committees, and they don't necessarily include some of those nuances from the regions. And ultimately, what does not appear in a report doesn't tend to get attention to it. The original report that was published in 2022 by the AFN, again called Closing the Infrastructure Gap by 2030, put the national cost of about $350 billion, including $135 billion of that just being for housing. And following that work, Chiefs of Ontario, as mandated by yourselves, the leadership in 2022 led a regional assessment of that stemming from the same report, not necessarily built from ground up, but using the same data that was used to develop that original report. And from there, the Ontario extract came to about just $58.9 billion for the assessments of needs. Currently, AFN is advancing work around updating this original CTIG report that spanned across the 2030 for a call to close the infrastructure gap for First Nations. And that's where the deliberations, and we held strategy sessions with the Chiefs Committee on Housing and Infrastructure earlier in the year. And some issues basically were highlighted through those exercises and that strategy session with leadership. The number one is the fact that the data is dated. latest rounds of primary engagement and data collection that took place in Ontario go back almost to 2019 to as latest to 2022, where actual engagements were done with all communities. And even in that round, almost 30 communities did not participate throughout that data collection and assessments of what those needs are. And dedicated Ontario methodology was not necessarily possible to flow through the national approach as well. And having a role of what areas get looked at is something that gets missed in a national framework and inherent by nature, basically, because in order to develop that national framework, then the pieces need to fit together, and that's not where some of the nuances, regional nuances get missed, including remote airports needs, winter road access, and so on and so forth. And it's the structure of that framework that creates that gap in analysis and framework, basically. And another issue was the access to data. So when Ontario went after the mandate from the resolution to do its own analysis, it actually had to request the data from others, basically, who held the data. And that in itself was a timely manner. It took time, about 5-6 months, to actually get access to the data that technically was for Ontario. And any national update to be developed without a dedicated Ontario engagement and proper primary information that is fed through communities, advocacy organizations of each regions will probably have the same gaps in its reporting as well. And again, capacity is also needed to ensure that any report that gets developed in any region is well informed by each community. So regional support could potentially enhance a future report as well. And as I noted in the last round, a lot of the communities that did not have housing managers did not necessarily provide infrastructure plans properly, or did not even participate potentially because they basically didn't have the capacity. And top-down approach risks repeating the pattern at the end of the day. If we go again from a national report down to a regional report, we are risking potentially missing some of those nuances that are existing within the region in itself. And as I noted, again, this was in-depth discussed at the Chiefs Committee on Housing and Infrastructure earlier this year at the Chiefs of Ontario Secretariat. And that's where this need was incepted to advocate for a regional approach to the report. And to the backbone of the report is that the fact that also that investments don't necessarily get tracked on a continuous basis. So governments of Ontario, Canada publish recurring regional reports internally, but they don't necessarily share that across the board. There's oftentimes total figures, aggregates for national figures, but that reporting does not flow to the regions themselves. So it's very hard to determine, for example, the X amount of dollars that was invested on on-reserve housing in the past couple of years. And that goes across the entire infrastructure. So by enabling a proper flow and accountability to the investments that are being made and keeping it in check against the commitments that are made, as well as the gap that exists, hopefully that can inform a better advocacy in all fronts for First Nations communities, and especially those who need it most as well. And again, the nuances of the fact that Ontario holds the largest populations of across Canada is again as well known to everyone, so I don't need to emphasize that, but also again emphasizing that there are varying regions in Ontario with very unique needs that must be reflected in a regional picture for it to actually make sense and to reflect everything else, and making sure that nothing gets missed in a regional report. Again, something that's not possible to be done through a national approach, as well as making sure that the investments that come to Ontario are actually commensurate with the populations, with the needs of Ontario, with the needs of both North and South, and the realities of both areas as well. And what the resolution that hopefully will follow for your consideration talks about and is advocating for is two main areas. Again, to lead work around the development of a regional closing the infrastructure gap report that will be led by region. So each PTO, independent First Nations, and will lead the work in their own regions, advocate for capacity for each. So they are able to connect with each and every community to build that framework and ensure that everything actually flows into a proper regional approach. And at the same time, again, establish a standing investment and needs tracking. So the identified needs can also be matched with the investments made at the end of the day to be used in advocacy, as well as actually holding governments accountable to their means as well. And the resolution, again, fully recognizes the need for compliance throughout the work with OCAP frameworks as well. And of course, the consent of communities where primary data is being collected. And Miigwech for that. And with that, if I would like to invite our Chair of Chiefs Committee on Housing and Infrastructure, Grand Council, Chief DeBosque, for comments on the work as well. Miigwech again.
Miigwech, Sam. My name is Linda DeBosque, the Grand Council Chief for Anishinaabe Nation, but also the portfolio holder for the Housing and Infrastructure Committee. What Sam has just shared in Assembly and what we're proposing is really an opportunity for Ontario to really take a lead of your own needs. We hear about this closing the infrastructure gap report and how big that is, but the reality, when you dig down into the details, it doesn't adequately represent Ontario, all of our First Nations here in this region. It is very minimum to that. And so what Sam talked about was, seeking a resolution in support of working collectively together to really benefit our First Nations. And generally speaking, and I know Chief Ardon Miracle has raised this over years and years and years, that Ontario is not getting their fair share. And he is absolutely correct. And while the idea and the report of the national closing the First Nation housing and infrastructure gap is a good start, it doesn't adequately or properly represent your needs. And what happens in those cases is that the government of Canada will create these pots and then we end up fighting over them. And that has to stop. So I want to acknowledge our committee. Our committee, we've undergone a strategic planning cycle over multiple days to really review what is our mandate as a committee as given to us by the Chiefs in Assembly, so that we're focused and that we are working to deliver results that our communities will see at the grassroots level in our communities. And so we've reviewed a lot of these past reports as a committee and these strategies on closing the gap. So through that process, we discovered really and truly that there's a lot missing from our nations. So that dollar should be exponentially larger based on our needs, not to mention the costs of inflation that we've seen over time. Ontario, this region, is home to the most First Nations in this country. Most communities, the most citizens. And for far too long, programs, services have not adequately met that, and that creates an insane amount of pressure on our leadership, on our chiefs, on our councils. And so that's what we're really working towards, and require those support resolutions to continue on that work. We would want to make sure we have a real needs assessment that makes sure our remote and semi-remote nations are not forgotten. And in Ontario, we champion a remoteness quotient for our northern nations. And how do we build that into an assessment such as this? And even go farther to that, to really capture our ferry connected communities as well. And our semi-remote being, have road access, but are so far away from major centers to meet their needs. And for that matter, really far away from contractors, et cetera. So we want to make sure that we have that opportunity to do that. We haven't had that opportunity, in my view, collectively, and when I say we, I mean you as individual nations, to have that capacity and support to be able to provide that information. So the national estimates, they do matter. They set the overall scale and the commitment we hold to Canada, but it's built in a way that doesn't get to community level. And so by design, it smooths over what is specific to a region or to a community. And we have already seen instances of needs left out of national counts entirely, where a ground-up Ontario picture makes any national account more accurate in any future assessments. So the dollar figure matters, but it is the realities and nuanced needs to attach to that national framework that national framework cannot capture. And that is where the attention needs to be. And in community, I'm a huge proponent of, we're supporting and advocating for our nation, so we needed the best concrete data in order to do so. And so with national strategies, there are times when we don't even have access to that data. And so we say data matters when reports and data regarding both needs and investments inform these external reports. We always have to ask for permission to see our own picture for whatever reason. And so the nation-driven, supported through advocacy, will allow us to have our own data from a collective view. A well-informed regional report with strong data is the backbone and a standing tool that we can have investments appropriately tracked, and also enable us to ensure that accountability is sought from the very government that holds those fiduciary responsibilities. Done right, it would highlight the unique needs of all of our Ontario First Nations and keep that need in front of and not diluted through a national strategy. Because collectively, we are here for our nations. How do we better the lives of our communities and our people at home? It would also have the ability to track the investment year after year, because right now we get broad responses to requests of how these monies are invested. We hear from communities, they're not seeing this on the ground. I'm hearing now even more recently that there's a lot of clawbacks from the federal government. And that doesn't help in community, it doesn't help the leadership, it doesn't help that expectation that our citizens have for that. That raises the expectation of strong advocacy that has to be informed by actual data. So this assessment is only possible, in our view, with the full participation of all 133 of our First Nations, the tribal councils, the PTOs, and all technical bodies to really work together to formulate this. And that will give us that true sense. And the requirement of strong coordination is imperative. It's imperative so that these results can form a coherent Ontario picture that reflects Ontario First Nations proportional needs relative to national needs wherever decisions are made. And as recognized in our committee, as well as here, that any work should not become a study that delays action. The need is already in the tens of billions and continue to be unmet. And I can't stress enough that need for all of us to work together. I do recognize that as leadership, we have minimal investments in community supports for housing managers and infrastructure managers and capacity. But I believe together we can support one another to ensure that this idea comes to fruition in the most efficient way, utilizing all, because that is something that historically we have said is always unmet. Housing, infrastructure, fire services, whatever it may be, is always unmet, and we're always constantly fighting for it. But at the same time, we don't have a true accurate picture or model within our region. So with that, I just say Chimigwach for the time and space, and to our committee as appointed by our regions, that the work is stronger. It's becoming a lot more efficient, but we are recognizing these pieces that are lacking. And with that, I say miigwech.
We'll move on to our resolution, resolution number 2618A. Ontario Regional Closing the Infrastructure Gap Report and Housing Infrastructure Investment and Needs Tracking Function. Do we have our mover, Chief Miracle? And our seconder, Chief Loon? Okay. Therefore be it resolved that we, the Chiefs in Assembly, 1, direct the Chiefs of Ontario, working through the Chiefs Committee on Housing and Infrastructure, CCOHI, and the provincial and territorial organizations as regional project leads to secure resources, commission, and local capacity to enable a regionally led Ontario Closing the Infrastructure Gap report calibrated to Ontario's conditions with attention to areas of need not adequately captured at the national level. 2, direct the Chiefs of Ontario working through the CCOHI and collaboration with the PTOs, tribal councils, and Ontario First Nations technical bodies to establish an investments and needs tracking function, and in parallel advocate for a relevant secure database and platform that serves Ontario First Nations housing and infrastructure advocacy in advance of the 2027 and future federal and provincial budget cycles, and advocate for federal and provincial action and investment plans to close the First Nations infrastructure gap. 3, direct that the aforementioned function will track federal and provincial housing and infrastructure investments affecting Ontario First Nations on a continuing basis and produce regular regional reporting to support PTOs, tribal councils, Ontario First Nations technical bodies, and the Chiefs of Ontario on pre-budget submissions and ministerial engagement by highlighting the impact or lack thereof of investments made. 4, direct the Chiefs of Ontario Secretariat to ensure that all primary data collected under this resolution is limited to aggregate data at the Ontario Regional, PTO, and Tribal Council levels, except where individual First Nations consent to the use of their community level data to reflect the specificity and diversity of needs across Ontario First Nations, with First Nations principles of ownership, control, access, and possession being implemented throughout. 5, further direct the Chiefs of Ontario through CCOHI to A, identify and secure sufficient and sustainable funding to support the Ontario Closing the Infrastructure Gap report and investments and needs tracking function described in this resolution, and B, report progress to Chiefs of Ontario at future annual and special Chiefs Assemblies. Mike 4.
Chief Don Miracle, I will move this resolution. For too long, a lot of these situations have prevailed with moldy houses, houses with lack of safe drinking water, chiefs complaining they don't have capacity to respond to proposals, the need for winter roads, the need for contractors to move in, the difficulty moving building materials to the north. The kinds of the houses that have to be built in the north are different than in the south. All these issues have been raised at the Chiefs Committee on Housing and Infrastructure. And I guess the question is why has these situations drug on for so long, really inadequately addressed is one of the issues. And so the AFN and the Indigenous Services Canada, about 5 years ago in 2017, with $1 million engaged in the Closing the Gap exercise, $349 billion was needed. I think it was 80 billion of that was needed in Ontario, a lot of it related to housing and water. There were a significant number of houses that needed repairs urgently. If you look at the Ontario work statistics for First Nations, there still is a lot of poverty. A lot of housing assistance that addresses people in poverty is vanishing away. The CMHC WRAP program has been reduced significantly. The cost of building has gone up significantly. A lot of members do not qualify for loans to address the needs of repairs in their housing. There are significant wait lists for houses. And so this report needs to be updated, the Closing the Gap exercise, so the chiefs can have the information to carry out an effective lobby. And I think the Closing the Gap exercise, there was well over 100 First Nations responded. So that shows that it's a priority of chiefs in this province. The significant investments are needed. We really don't know how much of the money that was targeted came to Ontario to satisfy these needs. So there really is a lack of accountability to the chiefs. We need to be, this materials needed to be able to have input into the parliamentary budget cycles so that Ontario's needs are well documented and studied and represented. It will create more effective lobby efforts on behalf of the chiefs. Data drives investment decisions. Aggregate data will be collected under this proposal using the OCAP principles that the chiefs exercise. And it will help with the lobby for funding that needs to be done. And so this work is important to advancing our cause. And so I'd ask the chiefs in assembly to support it. Thank you.
Miigwech, Chief. Any questions, comments? Mike 1.
Chief Loon of Mishkigawagmunk, I second this resolution. So a couple of weeks ago, I was asked to speak, or if I wanted to speak to this resolution. I'm from Northern Ontario, within Treaty 9, and specifically to NAN. I sit in the Housing Infrastructure Committee there as a chief, and I just recently joined the Chiefs of Ontario Committee. In supporting this resolution and speaking to it, the only way I can really support this is by telling this story. Every day when I'm at home in my First Nation, obviously as a leader, as an elected leader, as a chief, I always, and I'm sure we all do this as our chiefs because we all love our people, our communities, and our nations. Where I live right now, I don't even call it a home. It's just a isolation unit. I live in the First Nation because even if I was to have a home on my First Nation, I would not take it because I would offer it to a family that didn't need. So from where I live in my First Nation, and I commute, I live in Thunder Bay. Where I live in my First Nation, to get to the office, I come across 5 houses every single day. And every time I drive by that house, I know there's 30 people in that house that is meant for only a family of 5, 3-bedroom. And I know kids are sleeping in closets, and their living rooms are made into bedrooms. And they take down their beds every day when they get up to make space for everybody else in the house. Now that's 5. When you think about that, and you put that into context, why this is so important that this data needs to be collected. This is why I speak on behalf of our First Nation and where I come from. Being from the north, obviously the dollar up north is different from the dollar in the south. There was a study that was done by NAN back in 2022 to contribute as part of this this study on the gap. In Nan alone, I think we identified 7,500 homes that were needed just for immediate needs. And they put a dollar value to that. It was almost, I think, 7 billion. That's in 2022. We're in 2026. And we all know that gap has risen. So again, when I talk about my community, where I come from, and I go out here to advocate for more homes, more housing, this is the number I bring with me. And does that really send a message to the funders? Sometimes it doesn't, which is so sad. Like I've invited the ISK minister, the previous ISK minister, and all their staff to come and see visually what I'm talking about. And sometimes it doesn't even budge what their thought process is. That's the reality. And I have many sleepless nights sometimes when I think about how do I take care of my people. And this is just one of them. This is one sector of that. And I really want this to be part of this. I support this resolution because I spoke to it, because it means when I first came in as a chief, that was one thing I wanted to go after, is to get more homes for my people. But I know it's a fight and it's a struggle. I thought I was successful in negotiating a $14 million on top of what we get as allocations for our housing, only to find out that it wasn't so. So hopefully, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, and I support this resolution. Thank you.
Miigwech, Chief.
Mr. Speaker, the other thing I neglected to mention is that Ontario, of all the regions, has the highest number of fire deaths in houses. A lot of them were children that burned and were injured or lost their lives. They have the highest number of unsafe drinking water. All of these issues, the overcrowding, the mold, the safe drinking water, the unsafe heating electric systems, the wait list, it causes a lot of mental health issues. And so these are this can't just roll over into the future year after year after year with the same statistics. It's actually threatening the health and safety and well-being of our people. It's urgent and it needs urgent attention. Thank you.
Miigwech, Chief. Any other questions, comments?
It's Chief Robert here for Albany First Nation.
Yep.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Chiefs. Yeah, just want to state that I support the resolution as well, only because to share a little bit, as Chief Loon shared, in regards to families of for Albany, there's a community that about 900 to 1,000 of us that live here. So every year we have applications of maybe 80 to 90 applications we go through, build 10 homes, and still same number of applications the following year. Because we know it don't take too long to create a family, have a family. And I do believe what's stated in regards to do with families that have multiple people staying in one room. A family here in Fort Albany has 15 people in one house, which is a 2-bedroom. That's and when you look at the Child Family Services Act, right? Everybody looks at that. And when you look at that, it's supposed to be one child per home, one child per room. So do the math. 10 to 15 homes don't add up for families here in our communities, and it's just not mine. I know there's others as well. And also, what Chief Miracle said is in regards to it creates social problems as well in the homes, because sometimes families fight and argue, and there's nowhere to go except it. Then the other family or parents become homeless, and then you now dealing with homelessness in the community. And those are the tough decisions sometimes we make. And I know some families open their homes for their loved ones because nobody wants them to be sleeping outside. And I just want to state that I do support the resolution.
Miigwech, Chief.
The other thing that needs to be looked into, Mr. Chair and National Chief and Abram, is these new funds that the Carney government has established to for infrastructure. There is no First Nations cargo, so you're competing with all the other municipalities and stuff throughout the country. And so really, and there's a stronger investment in housing development off reserve, which Indigenous people can apply for, which includes the Métis that we had a long talk about, and even people that just migrate here from other countries as refugees. They're non-natives can be housed in those projects that off reserve. So what is the goal there? Is it to have our people move off the reserve and live in urban centers? So these situations need to be addressed, and I think a meeting with Gregor Robertson, who's the minister in charge of housing, is in order to ask, are any of these new investment plans that, with these billions and billions of dollars of announcements, is any of that targeted to address the backlog in First Nations communities? Thank you.
Miigwech, Chief. We'll move online to Chief Wabas.
Hello, thank you there, Mr. Chairman, for recognizing me. I have, I would like some clarification on our advocacy and efforts to get funding, get adequate funding to catch up with our housing backlogs and housing needs. For historical data, historical information, that's where I want to focus on. Okay. Probably years before this, there has been resolutions, right? Same thing, same resolution, same discussion, same topic. Okay, what has Chiefs of Ontario done? What I would like to know is this: what was our proposal last year or the year before? Did we actually submit a proposal, a funding proposal to ask 135 First Nations? This is how much each First Nation would need to catch up their housing backlog. Is there historical information in terms of our requests to Canada? I would like to ask Mober on this. All right, thank you.
Could you repeat that, please? The chief of Niskandiga was asking me a question while he was speaking on the phone. Could you, what's the what's the request?
Okay, the request is over the years and previous years, we've been talking about our housing crisis situations with the same topic of discussions and same arguments. And this is what we're going to do. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. Collect data and all that kind of stuff. What I would like to know is, have we submit a funding request last year to Canada on behalf of 135 First Nations? If so, how much was that? And what was their response? That's what I would like to know.
So I don't, to answer that question, I would have to ask Chief DeBossy that question because she is the chair of our committee. And so she would have input at the National Housing Committee, which informs the AFN what to ask for in the budgetary cycle. So, or Tracy, or the regional chief, can you answer that question? How much was asked for investments from Ontario?
Mhm.
Miigwech, for that question. The Chiefs of Ontario have included asks in pre-budget submissions. Those I will ask the team to share with all of the chiefs in assembly. But what I want to share is that the housing aspect is absolutely complex in the sense top-down approach by government historically has been, okay, we'll include, a small portion of housing and core funding agreements, and it's up to the First Nation to build these homes. But we all know that in those core funding agreement allocations, oftentimes that small amount is not even enough to build one home in community. Over time, they've created the CMHC organization that was to also support First Nations and in community builds, subsidized, et cetera, that has not worked. There was also RAP programs within that program. There was never enough investments by Canada to CMHC to address renovations required. We fast forward as the advocacy has been strong, I believe always from Ontario for decades in relation to this. They keep trying to create Band-Aid solutions. And when we ask for data in terms of how much funding supported First Nations housing, Canada is always very ambiguous in that response. Nor does it look at that funding sent from a regional perspective, from a northern allocation amount where we know for a fact that it costs way more. So they don't differentiate that, nor do we have the actual data to compare that even beyond to create the foundation of advocacy in a real and tangible way. And so oftentimes it becomes a game, and then questions are then asked, well, where's Ontario in this? And Ontario, like they normally do, treat our on-reserve nations as a federal responsibility, and they don't want to touch it, although they say they want to help and support. And I know Chief Miracle has shared this in the past about, some commitments made, but those never came to fruition. And so it's really difficult and challenging to answer that question, but the simple part of it, there has been requests in pre-budget submissions, but even that from our perspective of Chiefs of Ontario is not fully informed by the actual data that is required for an appropriate submission, along with the checks and balances to hold, governments accountable. And we look to the more recent court case with Shamattawa, where the court recognized that Canada does have a fiduciary duty and a duty of care to First Nations, and that housing is to be looked at in a sui generis aspect, unique and one of its own that has to be addressed properly and appropriately. And I know Chief King can help me with that part. But now Canada is appealing that, and they appealed that decision this past December too. So to your point, Chief Obas, what is it that we're doing to even help support some elements of that litigation as Chiefs of Ontario, perhaps as an intervener, because a lot of that court case focused on northern communities, right? But the decision does have wider implications. So I hope that helps. I'm really open to a further dialogue as well.
A
Brad
little
Shape,
bit,
he just asked for a number.
what I'm looking for is the number. Yeah, I'm going after the numbers here. Okay.
Okay.
This is how much funding that Ontario First Nations receives every year from Canada. Okay, this I can't say the number, but I have no idea. It could be like maybe close to 50 million or something, or 100 million. Okay, every year that's how much we've been getting for the last 10 years, and and uh, and we need $80 billion. That's what Chief Miracle said on infrastructure. That's part of the housing as well. $80 billion. It's really high, right? It's really high. So the amount of funding that we get every year really is, we're really underfunded. So how do we close that? How do we close that? That's That's the question here. How do we close that? What we're saying is we'll keep after we go after we'll keep going after the government because they're responsible for this. Okay, but when they decide on in terms of funding and all that kind of stuff, but it's always the same. It's always the same. Is there a different way to close the gap? Financial
Grand Chief.
creativity or something. All right, thank you.
Oh, I'll just respond to the number.
Okay,
Chief Rabas, the Chiefs of Ontario pre-budget submission for capital was 58.9 billion for an Ontario request for commitment. Nationally, the pre-budget submission was 349 billion for budget 2025. Chief Miracle.
okay,
And that's where I want to know, what's the government's response to that, the funding submission that we did. Or what did we get in return?
so
Like
if I
how
could
much did we
clarify,
get?
if I could clarify something, when the government approves a budget, they approve, they're going through the parliamentary vote, the Appropriations Act, they allocate so much money for housing, then it goes over to Indigenous Services Canada, then they distribute it according to a formula across the regions. And so the problem is that Ontario does not get its fair share with the way IST doles out that money across the different regions. That's what you have to tackle, plus the insufficiency of the parliamentary vote, the Appropriations Act, to get caught up on this stuff. So what will help the chiefs of Ontario correct this stuff is having current data. And the data that we have is 5 years old in that closing the gap exercise. And so that we know that there's been inflation. And so that $59 billion is going to be a lot more because of the impact of tariffs and inflation. So those are my comments.
And I think it's also important to note, I will recognize that our chiefs meetings are always live streamed, and I do know that government officials are always paying close attention to what we're saying all the time. And so sometimes it's difficult to have conversations that aren't for their ears. But I will say this, that if we are able to work, I recognize the work of Anishinaabe Nation. I know I've had multiple chats with Mike McKay, who was heading the housing infrastructure at the time, and the work done within that region. It's like, how do we also do that work in every single region and also directly to our First Nations to really show the real true cost? To me, I always look at, okay, at what point of time do we create litigation for this? How do we support that, utilizing the accurate data we have, comparing it to the investments made over time by Canada? And it will show a glaring deficit. And it will also demonstrate that these entities, Canada, the regional offices, whatever, they're the ones who are still making decisions on our behalf without even stepping one foot into our communities. And that's where we're talking about this overall strategic opportunity, and perhaps we're always at the direction of the chiefs. Perhaps some of these conversations ought to happen in camera to look at that overall strategy to really compel the government to honor their obligation. Chief Quistis.
Okay, Bujo, Chief Kazis from Niskandaga First Nation. I just want to make a comment regarding the housing gap that we're having. I'll start off from the infrastructure. Water treatment plant has a life for 20 years or less, depends on your population. That's the projection, how it goes. And we are growing every day. We are growing every day. My community is very small, and we're pretty much maxed out our infrastructure. You know, we can't build anymore because it's maxed out, and I have a big backlog for housing. We did a projection with our 14-year-olds. By the time they're 20, they're going to be needing a house. You know, that's one of the things I like to see put in on this work. Right? It's the infrastructure that's giving us a problem. All of our infrastructures are aging. You know, the houses are aging. My community was relocated 40 years ago. You know, it's almost the same age as the boil water advisory I have is 31 years. Now with all that population that's growing, so it was meant to have only 400 people. Our infrastructure. How are we supposed to grow? You know, there is limitations on these infrastructures. That's the government's plan. I know they're listening. You know, that's the plan. So I think we have to strategize something here where we could all benefit from. You know, when we did the projection of our own community, it's over 200 homes. Now I need a bigger water treatment plant. You know, I think that's how they project these housing issues and infrastructure issues, because it's not included with the add-on buildings. It's just for housing only. That's what's included. So yeah, miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief.
Chief
I'll go-
Wabas, I've asked Sam and our housing director to resend the Closing the Gap exercise report, the first one that was done. He will do that. If you could send him your email address, he'll send it to you. But in that report at page 2, Ontario closing the infrastructure gap estimated regional distribution. The capital investments were $49 billion. This is 5 years ago. And O&M costs to maintain that infrastructure was $9.9 billion estimated, and First Nations communities 139. And so if they delayed these investments till 2040, it would then cost what's now 5 years ago 349.2 billion. That's what it's estimated to be by 2030. If it's delayed another 10 years, the amount will go up $527.9 billion based on the calculations done at that time, and that's before there was Trump tariffs. And so these Trump tariffs are going to seriously increase the cost of these capital projects. So delay is not the answer. Thank you.
Miigwech, Chief.
Chief Archie here. The infrastructure. We're talking about infrastructure.
Chief
and we're
Wabas,
talking about housing.
Chief Wabas, can I have all microphones turned off, please? Miigwech, Chief Wabas. I'm helping out my colleague, the youth co-chair, as much as possible. So this is for everyone in the Assembly. I was telling him, as part of our role as co-chairs of the Assembly, our role is not to control the discussion, but to maintain order, to make sure that everything is done properly. So the way I described it to him was as if we are in a sharing circle and there's a talking stick. There's one talking stick. And if somebody wishes to speak, they'll raise their hand and the co-chair will hand them the talking stick. When they're done, there's actually another rule that says you can have the talking stick for 3 minutes because lots of people want it. But when they're done, the co-chair will take the talking stick and hand it to another person. While someone has the talking stick, we don't interrupt. We let them share for their full time, the full 3 minutes. When they're done, the co-chair will take it back. So that's how I described it to my colleague. I'm trying to train him. So we're starting to spiral off and have side discussions. So I just wanted to bring it back. And I know that our youth, my colleague had an order that he was following. So we will follow that order and then we'll come back. So, Shim.
Thank you, Adam, for that clarification. I seen online that Chief Kustajan Matadawabin raised her hand.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. First of all, what you Mr. Degatag, Mr. Gumakanik, Guma Mr. Apitahaganik, Mr. Tiskanaganik, Mr. Gitachi Mitino, at Yanamich Enigashkumah Mananamison, Gabushagots, Gitarano, Chigi, Mina, Quabatinano, Eminagishagak, Nestagamina Gunano Mina. Kuti omoegishigachi abitisihitembeske gona ka muskachi hegu iknista ka muskachi bunege gititauna no wachik mabo misege ditinau ga behtemek anima buno megach ditauna bisishune gishkenan napon nistana mison shagush maestagun emistigio nistas penumon chatte minupunig nigandehe at misege gona nigishkamech. Thank you, everybody. I'd like to acknowledge everybody that's there, all the chief, the delegation, all the technicians, everybody that's there, everyone. And, when we talk about, I always say our infrastructure and water should be 2 steps ahead from housing. And I concur with everything that's been said from chiefs, especially the ones that are living in remote areas, such as at Obiscat First Nation as well. Just to give you a picture of where Obiscat is at, we're in a humanitarian crisis, I call it, because these systemic processes that continue to undermine our worth and dignity is killing our members. Our members deserve better. Our members deserve a house, a safe house where they can flourish, where they can have a good start, and once they get in raising their families. Not only that, there's a big, our homelessness is growing rapidly. I had to tear down one house. We had to really condemn. It was already a condemned home. We have to tear it down because it was no place to live, and there was a family of 10 in there. And it was so sad because I had no place to put them. I just set them up in the arena locker rooms. That's how the need is. That's how great the need is. My question to all the chiefs out there is, how do we fast track, or how do we attend to these urgent crises are in our community, especially in the remote north, where building a house costs double because there's logistics, everything involved. So I had a map of my community, and out of that map, I just look at, I have a wall where all of my members come see me and I write their names down, and every name I wrote on that wall is a story behind their needs, their crisis. So that's how I remember I remember their story by looking on my wall, and I see a name and there's a story there, and I reflect on that every day. I always call it my wall of shame, because as chief and leadership in our leadership, we want to help our members as much as possible, but we're limited. And the other day I listed 27 homes that either gone through assessment or not assessment, but we did have house visits, and they should be condemned. No one should be living in those houses. It's not safe. And yet you tell the Minister of Health or people that are in charge with health, they can't do nothing about it. They said it's up to the leadership to condemn homes at the end of the day. And I have a growing need I have over about 350 housing applicants. And yet we had to fight for land. We were caught up, we were in a landlocked situation for many years. And just recently we went from, we went through the ridiculous ATR process just to extend the reserve boundary lines. It was something that it needed to be done. I said that no more. Like I watched Canada and Ontario exchange this and that, and India and Ontario bought land from Ontario because it's just it was disgraceful. While I waited to expand the reserve boundaries so we can develop. Now we have that, but at the same time we're still working on our water issue and building the infrastructures that needed. But we have a existing infrastructure that's really aging, and we would need to expand, but we need a lot of funding and support to do that. And we do have we made a capital submission of our own too. We coordinated, we did our homework and gathered everything. And what would it take to build Ottawa-Biscuit up is there's a lot of money. We're talking about 600 million when we did our capital needs proposal. That's just Ottawa-Biscuit alone. That was 2 years ago, 3 years, and because inflation happened because of a lot of things, as mentioned before, came into effect. Now it's like everything is twice expensive, especially bringing everything to the remote north. You have to coordinate in their timeframes. Doesn't reflect our timeframes to build the ship stuff. We have a short window of opportunity to build. I'm not saying that there's no projects on the go. There is those existing projects that we have and every nation has every year. We have that, but we're not building enough to meet the needs of our people. And it's our people that are suffering. There's children that are suffering. Children don't have safe homes. So, and that's what frustrates me the most is that, and I just wrote up another letter to both levels of government asking them for an urgent meeting. Although we have a trilateral table, it's all rhetoric. They don't, even at the regional level, they don't have authority they only have a limited authority. And everything is a process, Band-Aid solutions. And while they're advocating to build Canada strong, and, it just, what about building our communities up first? We're a lot of communities are still in third world-like conditions. And what do we do? And that's where we're at, and that's where I see a lot of communities like at Obscott in this position. It's not because we don't try, it's just because we don't have the sustainable funding or the resources needed to be where we want to be today. But today, as of today, children are suffering. Our members are suffering. They need homes. They need a house. Even our two shelters are filled up. And there's no funding for that too. We have those shelters. We support those shelters. We feed the tenants in those shelters. So it's causing a lot of turmoil, plus all the social issues that comes along with it. And where do we go from here? That's what I'm asking. How do we support more communities like Ottawa-Biscuit, because we're in urgent crisis? And I understand about data collecting, and all that, but this is urgent. How long is this going to happen? We need to act now for a lot of our communities. And I always sound like this at every meeting, but I continue to do the work, but it's just like no one comes and see our community. I invite people to come and see Atawabaskat. I says, come and see for yourself, ground zero. Come and see what we're dealing with. And I'll leave it at that for now, and that's my question. Like, I do support the resolution, but my question is, what about our urgent communities that really need the support and the push and advocacy to get to a place where at least just to alleviate the pressures that we're under? English to English, Wachik.
Miigwech, Ugamakan, Ganaskaman, for your comments. I'm just going to jump in again to help my colleague, the youth co-chair. Chiefs, we are way behind on the agenda. We're probably into about 7 o'clock tonight. The topics are before you. The resolution is before you. I'm not hearing any objections. Chief Metarawaban, Kustajan Metarawaban, I think it's a general statement that you're making as part of your question for people to consider. I'm not hearing any objections to the resolution. So we'd like to make a decision, get to that time where we can make a decision on the resolution. I know my colleague, the youth co-chair, has two more. Chief Loon at microphone number 1, and then we were going to go back to Chief Wabas, but we'd like to get to the point of making a decision. Also, we don't like to yank the talking stick back at 3 minutes, but that is a rule that if we have to, we will, but we try not to. But if you can please be respectful of the other speakers. Also, I know that we have National Chief here visiting this afternoon. So go ahead.
Miigwech, Chief Sylvia, for your comments. We will go to Mike 1.
This Chief Lou Bishkiyogman. I'm a marching orders kind of guy. I was a police officer for almost 24 years. So if I get an order, a direction, I will proceed. But that's the mentality I take as a chief as well. And I think really this resolution is about marching orders. You have your marching orders, and we expect to get that information to use as a tool. That's the whole purpose of, I think, of this resolution. Really, it's about immediate needs. We're not even talking about forecasts and all these needs that we have in the future, because we know they're there. This is about marching orders. This is about getting that direction to get this data so we can use it for our advocacy efforts. That's how I look at this resolution and any other resolution that comes before the floor at this circle or any other circle that I attend, because the whole purpose is really to advocate for our people. Now, I think really quick comment on that First Minister's meeting. We're in a crisis, and I think this is really important to take to the First Minister's meeting, other than talking about our charter rights, which is a part of this. So that's how I view this. And this is our marching orders. We're giving you guys the marching orders to do this on our behalf, because if you don't, I'm going to go and pursue this on my own. Thank you.
Miigwech, Chief. We'll go to Mike 4, and then we will close for
Mr.
comment.
Speaker, the question has been called, so I think you should take the vote.
We'll go to Chief Wabas online.
Thank you. Quickly, I don't want to take much of this time because the question has been called. It says infrastructure gap, infrastructure, meaning that the whole community is infrastructure, not particularly housing, but the advocacy will be on housing and infrastructure. So I generally understand the resolution, which is we need First Nations feedback on data, in terms of the number of houses that we need for each community, that kind of thing. The other discussion, the other thing is we talked about the strategy session. You know, Chiefs of Ontario should organize a strategy session for the Chiefs. Get the Chiefs together to talk about housing, to talk about infrastructure, and try to come up with data from that strategy discussion. And in terms of moving forward, this is how what we will be doing to close the gap. We've never had that opportunity. The only time when we talk about housing is when there's a resolution on the floor. Their chiefs want to say something, but we're always given time limits and everything. But if we can set aside a couple of days sometime in the future to deal with the housing and infrastructure matters, strategy session. All right, thank you. Migos.
Miigwech, Chief. We'll now move on with the resolution. Do we have any oppositions? Oh, the resolution is before you. Do we have any oppositions? Any oppositions? Any oppositions? Any abstentions? Any abstentions? Any abstentions? All those in favor? Resolution is carried. I will now turn it over to Ontario Regional Chief Miigwech.
For all the discussion around that, and I know that there always seems to be not enough time for us to go through the important discussions, but we're always looking at ways of improving our assembly here. And so please, if there are matters that you think we should have more robust, more discussions, less presentations, or please provide us with that feedback. So we are in a bit of a peculiar spot. Our agenda as accepted has us walking through this presentation, which was supposed to be before lunch. Our time has pushed back for the important dialogue that we need to have. There are two presentations that we have ahead of the National Chief joining us. And so I am asking the indulgence of the mover and seconder of the agenda to accept the agenda as we did yesterday, Chief King and Chief Cornelius. If you have any objection to moving our 3:00 presentation up until now, and the two that were ahead of it, which we are kind of going sequencing, will be pushed back. You're okay with that? Chief King, you're okay with that? Okay. And so what we've done is we've agreed to modify the agenda to accommodate the National Chief. And so I want to say Miigwech Yamagoa for that. And so I do just want to say that it's a great pleasure to welcome the National Chief here to our assembly. We've had representatives, as you know, around the major projects legislation, and then as well, the First Minister's meeting planning have been listening in as we work through some of that work to help move us forward at the national office. And so it's a great honor to have here today. I am going to ask Chief Williams on behalf of the host community to welcome our special guest to the assembly. So, Chief.
Miigwech, Regional Chief, and Miigwech Chiefs for your indulgence this afternoon. On behalf of the Chippewas of Rama First Nation, first of all, I'd like to recognize the 1923 Williams Treaty, First Nations, Scugog, Alderville, Hiawatha, and Curve Lake, as well as the Chippewa Tri-Council. And as you may have seen, that the Chippewa Tri-Council, the immediate, territorial land owners, with Chief Donna and Chief Joanne Sandy, Chief Donna from Georgina and Chief Joanne from Beausoleil, and myself, we formed the Chippewa Tri-Council. And so we had met earlier with the National Chief and welcomed her into our territory. And so I'd like to formally welcome the National Chief to our territory. The National Chief has been National Chief for not quite 3 years. I was honored to be able to nominate the National Chief when she ran and was successful. She's been in leadership roles for most of her adult life. She was um, uh, I guess, the Manitoba Regional Chief previously, and she moved on to the National Chief role. But I know that she's been in the Native political, the Indigenous political arena for a number of years. And so welcome, National Chief Cindy Woodhouse-Nepanak, to the Chippewas Rama and the Chiefs of Ontario Summer Assembly.
Anin Boozhoo. Wapachikachinenda Makanakibijaya no Manungum. I want to, first of all, I'm going to ask Julie and Andrew if they can come and join me up here. I know that we have, we don't want to take up too much time today, but I know that we need to do an update on the First Minister's meeting. I want to thank the Chippewa Tri-Council for meeting with me and making sure that I'm fed this afternoon and taken care of, and for your support always, and for the text messages and the push. And I appreciate you all so very much. And to each and every one of you, I want to, I want to recognize the territory that we're on. Thank you. Thank you to the elders, the council that I met in the back, and the prayers that were said, and of course, all the ceremonial items in the room. To the chiefs, we are honored to be here today and to personally recognize the hard work and the leadership of the Ontario Chiefs, and provide, a brief report and talk about where we're going next at the Assembly of First Nations. I do want to say, and I can't say that we can't do this work without a strong AFN national executive. So I want to recognize Regional Chief Benedict for your leadership, for your expertise that he brings to the table. And I think all of our regional chiefs around the table, it's, we're able to have debates and discussions in a good way with each other. And I'm so appreciative of that. You are a constant strength on so many issues, and none of them more so than reforming this country's racist child welfare system. So I think each and every one of you deserve an applause and a lift up for that. We want to lift up Grand Chief Fiddler, and of course all the Ontario chiefs that made those discussions happen through very difficult circumstances. It was an honor to negotiate a historic $48.7 billion agreement in 2024. And I'm glad that even though the discussions are ongoing and they're tough, and seeing, of course, Ontario move forward, you are the leaders, and this whole country is watching you. And I want to thank you and lift you all up for, making sure that our kids are first and foremost in our communities. And we can't do this work with all of you, without each of you, the strong leaders in, in our regions, making it happen for our people. Growing up, of course, as my dad's daughter, my dad was a longtime counselor and then a chief. And I was talking to Chief Ted, who worked with my dad, and some of the other chiefs. And it's unbelievably hard, that the work that you all put in, day out. And so I just want to say Chimigwech for that. I know you have a busy agenda, so I just want to take a few minutes to update you on some of the work that we are doing in Ottawa, because this is what we are here to do, to work as hard as we can to improve the quality of life for our people, and especially our children. We have been working hard to end the Indian Act second generation cutoff with Bill S2. We have been strongly opposing the government's Métis Treaty Bill, and there is bail reform legislation to end forced sterilization that came into effect yesterday, became law, to end forced sterilization towards our women. And I want to uplift many of those MPs and senators that were, unanimous in that. Thank you so very much. The new hate crime law as well. There is a new AI strategy, and last month, Canada released a discussion paper proposing to water down environmental standards for major projects. There is more, but I'm going to limit my remarks to these 3 items, starting with the First Nations Clean Water Act that was introduced yesterday as Bill C-37. And we again lift up Ontario Chiefs for your leadership on this issue, because water is life for all of us. It's not merely a resource or a commodity to be traded or consumed. It is a gift from the Creator flowing through the veins of this land, connecting all of us. Ontario Chiefs know this better than anyone. And as we speak, communities are still evacuated and displaced. Water sustains not just our bodies, but our spirits and our way of life and our economy. First Nations are united in the belief that water is a fundamental human right. So when we see things missing from this new bill that can help address these issues, we are concerned. By not including the right to clean water in this bill, this government is continuing a troubling shift. A shift away from the recognition of First Nations rights and a shift towards provincial vetoes on our health and prosperity. Grand Chief de Bossiguet said it best yesterday that water is a human right, full stop. And we lift up Grand Chief for her leadership on this issue. She helped co-develop the last piece of legislation, Bill C-61, and making sure that that recognition was included. So amendments are going to be required with this new bill to make sure that the honor of the Crown is upheld. Unlike Bill C-5 last year, there will be opportunities to review the bill in detail and propose changes. So that's a good thing. We look forward to hearing what you have to say on that. And we will be hosting a virtual meeting with chiefs later next week and add it to our annual General Assembly, July 14th, 15th, 16th in Ottawa. That feedback will inform AFN's full response to Bill C-37 this fall. And we have demanded that parliamentary committee hearings on the bill so that each and every one of you have your say on that bill. And we have called on committee members to get away from their desks in Ottawa yesterday and visit First Nations so that they can see for themselves that the situations many of us are having in First Nations communities across the country. The fall budget is the second thing that we'll touch on, because budgets are not just accounting exercises. Budgets are instruments that governments use to deliver on their obligation to the rights of all citizens. The Assembly of First Nations provided a brief to the Finance Committee with recommendations that respond to policy resolutions approved by chiefs at our assemblies. It also reflects the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action and calls for justice from the public inquiry into the missing and murdered women and girls. While we have made some progress over the past decade, discriminatory gaps continue to prevent First Nations and Canada from meeting our full potential. The primary focus of our budget submission is to close these gaps so that future generations can thrive in ways we never thought possible. Safe drinking water is one example. Yesterday's announcement included over $4.6 billion in what the government has described as new funding. So we will see if that's true or not. While welcome, this represents just 20% of what is needed to close the longstanding water infrastructure gap in this country. When we talk about the First Nations infrastructure gap, we also refuted the basics, like community health and safety. Policing is funded as an essential service in all Canadian jurisdictions, except our communities, except First Nations. For us, it is considered just another government program, and that's not acceptable. Discriminatory healthcare gaps are also well documented through many reports. Our submission includes recommendation for new treatment bed capacity to offer some hope for First Nations seeking assistance with substance abuse, with mental health challenges, and addiction. Too often now, this includes many First Nations men and boys facing systemic barriers to accessing health supports. And the federal health minister, I know, her and I had talked, and she's looking for that. What's our men and boy? Like, what are we doing for our men and our boys? Do we have a strategy for that? And I know we'll be talking about it this summer, and we'll make sure that the health minister is there to hear from each and every one of you on that important issue. That is why a common theme of our plan, of course, is to mandate distinction-based program design. Because when Canada transfers funding to the provinces for housing, for health, for education, for justice, and social services, it does not trickle down to First Nations. The last budget increased provincial transfers for health, for education, and social services by 5%, while many First Nations program and services were cut or expired. Instead of closing the gap, last year's federal budget made things more difficult. But First Nations also understand that the federal budget is not the only path to prosperity. That is why we have called on Canada to co-develop a benefit sharing framework with First Nations that guarantees revenue with infrastructure and natural resource development. That is why we have also invited Canada to engage with First Nations on the proposed Canada Strong Sovereign Wealth Fund before project investments are made. Our voices have to be included in the decision-making under this new initiative, and First Nations must have a clear path to economic benefits through any project. And I want to recognize my friend Chief Joe Muskokeman, who's been pushing this, and we've been pushing that at Priva Council. And last week, when I met with the Prime Minister, I said to him, we have to make sure that that's a priority. And he agreed. So, I just want to lift up Chief Joe for that good work. And we've got a lot of work to do on that, but we have to get there. The truth is that First Nations interests can't be an afterthought anymore. It's the year 2026. There are more items we could touch on from the budget submission related to education and language and housing and other issues, but we'll conclude on a related topic, and I'm glad that my staff are here. Later this year, for the first time ever, we are planning to participate in a special First Ministers Conference focused exclusively on First Nations issues. In December, the Prime Minister committed to our Special Chiefs Assembly that he would convene a First Ministers meeting to bring together First Nations with the Prime Minister and the Premiers. And he committed that First Nations would drive the agenda. The commitment is welcome, but it did not happen by chance. The Prime Minister promise builds on a commitment that we worked hard from the Premiers last summer. And I know some of the leadership was in that meeting at that time. It wasn't an easy discussion with the Premiers. In the days after, Bill C5 was rammed through Parliament, but in the end, they all agreed to participate. It was a really tough meeting with all the premiers around, and I said, this has been a priority for many national chiefs before me. They've asked to be a part of this. And, just the year before that, for instance, the provinces go and talk about $60 billion in health funding. And they have us there for 45 minutes the day before for, a little sit down with them and then a little reception. And then the First Nations are kicked out the door. And none of us, there's no First Nations at these First Ministers meetings around the table. And it was tough to do that. And, I know that, the Alberta Premier, she started it. And, we went at it hard at each other. And I said, you have disrespected First Nations for a long time. All of you have. And First Nations were foundational partners in the creation of this country. Why are we always left out of these big discussions when you're trying to improve this country? So I gotta give it to Premier Holt. She's great. She sat beside me and she had a smile on her face. She was there to support us. And of course, Wab Canoe sitting, one of your own, sitting right across the table saying, yeah, we do need a FMM meeting, but it can't be a one and done. It can't, I was thankful at the end of that meeting, as hard as it was, at my push and pull. I wish all of you could have seen that meeting. It was a tough meeting. But coming out of that, when they were all united, Doug Ford Premier Ford came in and said, what do you want? I said, an FMM. Sit down with us properly and give us the respect that we need in our own country. You're on our lands. And thankfully, they were all united. And, we came out of there. The missing part of that was the Prime Minister, because he's the one that has to chair this meeting. And so, he agreed to that. December, he made that commitment to all of you. I know that there's lots to discuss about that. Rights holders shouldn't have to wait 20 years for substantive dialogue with First Ministers when there's so many issues across the country. Since December Assembly, we've met with many chiefs and traveled numerous regions, communities, and gatherings. And we see some common themes emerging out of this. And first is that chiefs are united in saying that this national meeting, it can't be a one and done. We're going to have to push folks to make sure that we've got more of a say in our country. And that means establishing an ongoing federal, provincial accountability mechanism to ensure that the socio gaps are addressed, to ensure that we're being respected. And as when the King came to Canada, when he said, start focusing on deeds and not words. And we have to hold Canada to that. Second, chiefs have told us not to rush planning. And, that's why we are proposing that the First Ministers Conference convene in Ottawa later this fall. I talked to the Prime Minister last week and he says, what about the end of October? And so him and I will continue to talk. I think we're meeting again next week. And I did say to him, you're going to need a political table and you're going to need a technical table, because those are two separate things, right? I know that they intertwine, but we got to get this right, because what we do now, a lot of people that come after us, we're all getting a little older in this room. Let's make it easier for our kids when they're wanting to move issues forward. So there'll be, we're going to make sure that there's time on, at the AGA to make sure that we take your direction on that in July. And I made sure that there's no agenda written yet. Why? I don't want people to be left out of that. And I think other big things, but other issues that we have to talk about is who sits at the table? How do we, how do we arrange ourselves from coast to coast on that? And all those logistics, of coordinating, and of course getting the government to start working with the provinces on the technical plus political tables that need to be developed. Meeting with the Prime Minister last week, we are confident that we will have those shortly with a confirmation of, many pieces of that important work, because this is a very important meeting at such an uncertain time in this country's history. Canada is at a crossroads with their relationship with First Nations. But we have been here before. While threats of sovereignty may be new to most Canadians, they unfortunately are not new to us. Our ancestors have fought on this land to protect our rights as peoples and as nations. When Parliament and provincial legislatures have dishonored the Crown, we have fought back in colonial courts and won. Nothing has been given to us. We're certainly not going back. The truth is, when this country was created, First Nations provided settlers with all the land that they needed to develop. As Elder Bill Wilson told the First Ministers at the constitutional conferences back in the 1980s, and I encourage you all, go back and listen to all those videos. And unfortunately, some of my speech is going to be from some of those wordings from the 80s. That's, I look to that, and, our people, however, as the late Elder Bill Wilson told the First Ministers Conference at that time, that our people have been involved in nation building on this land for over 30,000 years. So while our rights are being threatened in new ways, we are not afraid of it. We're far from it. First Nations across this country and across Ontario are stronger than we've ever been. When I ran over 2 years ago, unity was a central piece of my campaign, because I'm the first to admit that the AFN has its ups and downs. In years prior, the organization went through some very difficult years, and we still have a way to go, but we are working hard to unify. And when chiefs, are here from across the country leading the way on so many of these issues, we all know that we're making progress. And when chiefs see our people leading the way in media, in Parliament, just yesterday, seeing our own First Nation woman be a Minister of the Crown, as tough as that is sometimes with her and I on our relationship, I was proud of her being a First Nations woman up there. And, the official opposition is former Chief Billy Morin, who's now, a conservative critic. And across society, we know we are making progress. So as National Chief, it's been an honor to be your advocate. We stand here, we have a big mountain to climb together and a short time to make it. Through it all, we're going to be there to try and strengthen our relations, to be united, and to try and achieve some push forward for all of our people in this new place that we have. It's a young country. It's only, 150 years old. Our people have been here for forever. And so First Ministers meeting, I think we've got Andrew and Julie here. Julie's my Chief of Staff. Andrew, of course, is our CEO, and they have a big job ahead of them, so keep them in prayer as they start delegating some of this. But at the same time, Priva Council can't be let off the hook. Neither can the Prime Minister's office. And, it's the first time that we're all coming together. Let's get this right. Let's work together, and let's find that best agenda to move our issues forward. So thank you.
National Chief, for the inspiring words and the updates and the work that the National Advocacy Office has been doing on our behalf. Are you able to take a few questions around? Yeah, okay. All right, so the mics are open. The National Chief does have to leave us at 4 o'clock, but we have a few minutes if there are some questions that would be asked of the National Office or the National Chief. We're welcome to do that. So, Chief King.
Chief Wilfred King, Kiasagi, Nishnabek, Gulbe First Nation. National Chief, I guess I have some concerns about the First Minister's Conference. It's the Prime Minister that calls an FM FMM, and often he sets the agenda to what is to be discussed. What I've been hearing through the grapevine is that the discussion to be had is talking about programs and services. And I do think that one of the key questions they want to talk about is major projects and economic development. So I'm really concerned that this process is not for us. I think it's more for them, Canada and the provinces, to ensure that major projects get approval from First Nations. And I believe that that's the intent behind this FM meeting. And, we had some discussions here internally in camera about what should be discussed. And I'm not going to repeat that here because we had those in-camera discussions. So I'm concerned that that meeting to be had later this year is going to talk about major projects and how they can get passed, without any kind of opposition from First Nations. So, and to whose benefit and to what benefit? Miigwech.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chief King. In speaking with the PM, absolutely, there's a push to talk about major projects, right? They do want us at the table to talk about many of those issues. And I know that the Prime Minister also referenced, I know him and I talked about education. We talked about, and we did make it clear though, that Chiefs in Assembly will drive this agenda. And I'm going to make sure of that. So if we come to a point where it's ahead with the federal government, then we'll get to that point. But you're right, like of course he wants to talk about major projects. I think that's what's, you could see it with them, right? And we have to be strong and united in this on what we want as First Nations people and making sure that it's not a one and done. We can't have a 1 4-hour meeting with all the premiers and the Prime Minister around the table and then that's it. We have to have a roadmap to make sure that it's ongoing and continuing down the way. And that's not the only thing that they're going to talk about is major projects when some of your communities aren't even home with water or with, with proper housing, as we heard earlier. Like that's so sad to hear that kids are sleeping in closets. Would their children, do that? We know. I also told him. I said, if you want to talk about education, we need 77 schools across the country built today, and those are the realities. And I know that our relationship with the federal government and the provinces, like they always like to football kick things back and forth as well. I think one of the things that we should start questioning is the transfers. They go up every year, but yet that never reaches to any of your communities when it comes to certain things like health or roads or other education. But yet they take and take, and it's going to be a tough meeting. Thank you.
Rich, Chief Miracle, and then we'll go online to Chief Wabas.
So in Canada's constitution, the Aboriginal and treaty rights of our people are recognized and affirmed are the words. And of course, and with the UNDRIP, there's the free, prior, and informed consent issue. Your visit to King Charles, and thank you for the invitation to go, by the way. I would have gone if there had been a little more time. But what did the King have to say in relation to our treaties and the issue that we find ourselves in? So the King said, words carry a lot of weight, but actions even more. This is what his message was to President Trump. So what did he have to say regarding our treaty rights or our situation?
Absolutely. And I do want to thank, that there is different regional chiefs. I know that we had, you and I had talked about you coming and we invited each of the regional chiefs because we only had so many spots and they were really pushing back. It was hard to negotiate with the palace as it was. And I do want to thank you for your strong relationship with the royal family. So he does say hi because I told him about and his family coming to your community for church and all that. So we talked about that. But I do want to say that he's very careful in his words. He listened to us, he heard our concerns, and he said, I'm very sorry you're all going through that. But he said, that's why I went where I went to begin with when he came to open up Parliament. He said to remind people about deeds, making sure that deeds happen and not words. And I was happy for him for that. So I know that it was I was pulled either way, right, to go and see the King or not. But in a time when this country is being, pulled apart from separatists in Quebec and Alberta, it was important to remind this country that First Nations, we've got a strong footing in this country. And so I do thank the King for that. And I know that he couldn't say too much, but be there for us. And, we will be pushing for a further follow-up with the Prince, William. And so he had committed to that as well. He also talked about the environmental impacts and, he wants that strong push from the environment. And yeah, he said a lot, and he also talked about doing some work in New Brunswick. And there was just different pieces that he talked about, but certainly he did reference your community when I told him, and I thanked him for his brother attending, a service in your community. So thank you so very much.
Thank you, National Chief. We'll go to our last question, Chief Wabas online.
Thank you. Thank you, Regional Chief Bayram and the National Chief that's there. Thank you for attending our Chiefs of Ontario meeting. May God get in. When you went to meet the King, if I had an opportunity to meet him, here's what I would tell him. We've had this treaty arrangement with our First Nations. And all of the administration of funds go through Canada. You've recognized our nation through a treaty process that we're distinct and we're sovereign at that time and still today. So we're ready to have this arrangement. Revive the first order of government, which is First Nation. And that's a big statement. That's a big statement. He would then recognize what I mean. Yes, that's true. We need to revive your governance. All the administration and will be transferred over to you. There will be a direct Crown and First Nation government arrangement going forward. That's what I would say to him. The other thing is the upcoming first ministers meeting. And do I come in as a chief under Indian Act, or do I come in as a chief on behalf of our inherent right title to govern ourselves? The question I'm asking is, do I come in as a Indian Act chief, or do I come in as original sovereign nation chief? And that's my question to you. And I would like to know what's the lineup when we meet, who's going to be in the front and center with the Prime Minister and the ministers. Obviously, it's going to be you and whoever's going to be there, right? So, and then what are these issues? What are these things that we're going to bring forward to them? Do we have an idea? I would like to know. There are so many needs in our community, in our communities. There's so many gaps and lack of funding and services that we really need. Yeah. And if it's a constitutional discussion, yes, we will like that constitutional talk. Yes, we would like to talk about the programs and services, for me anyway. So just maybe give me an idea in the sense of who's going to be front and center with them and what are the issues we're going to raise. All right, thank you. I got you.
Thank you, Chief Wabas. Yeah, and thank you for your recommendations to the king. That line is always open. If you want to write to him, we'll make sure that that gets directly to him. When it comes to the FMM on, how do you sit there? Like, I know that we look forward to having a further discussion in July and hopefully from some resolutions from the floor on how to proceed on that. And I know that it's a tough issue, and I know that there's a push and pull from other groups across the country to say, well, where's our seat? And I'm certainly not going to be there to try and say one group over another shouldn't sit with us. I think we should have that conversation. And however, if one group is, and I'm going to be open, PCOs pushing for, have this group sit with you and this group. And I said, hey, hold on a little bit. I said, we need to have that conversation amongst ourselves as First Nations about who sits there. Is it the 12 regional chiefs? Is it is it the modern treaties plus treaties 1 to 11 plus Robinson Huron plus peace and friendship? How are we going to do that? We've never done this before. And I'm glad for the opportunity, but these are some of the questions that we do have to work through together and and work through that with Privet Council and work through that with the Prime Minister's office at that political table. And we'll make sure that the regional chiefs are a part of that political table, the way that we're processed. I know that the AFN isn't perfect, but, how do we structure ourselves? And I think we really have to, go back and think that through. And hopefully by July, we have some good discussions on the floor to come up with some solutions moving forward and stand together and united. And if this first meeting is one way, making sure that we improve each and every meeting thereafter. And we are going to have to push and pull with the premiers and the prime minister, when they say, this can't be a one and done. It has to be ongoing, and we have to improve the lives of our people in this country. And by the provinces and the feds kicking us back and forth and pushing us down on some of our issues, that can't be the case anymore in our country. So with who sits there, I don't have that answer. And, hopefully in the next few months, we'll have some more clarity about what looks fair. And, I know that our team is also analyzing the 1980, conferences. We'll come back and we'll make sure that those are shared widely with how we structured ourselves in the 1980s, as well as how we structured ourselves at Kelowna Accord in 2003, was it? 2004? 2005 Kelowna Accord. There was two different ways of structuring ourselves. So I think we bring that forward, have that ready for the chiefs for July to discuss and debate. And do we expand it a bit or do we pull it back a bit? So, I'll leave that there. Thank you.
Now I'll go up for the questions from our leadership. And so that's all the time that the National Chief has. On behalf of our chiefs in assembly, we want to thank you for making time and coming to our assembly. It's a small token of our appreciation. Thank you for your leadership. We look forward to our conversation next month in Ottawa as we gather. But join me in thanking the National Chief for sharing some remarks.
Chief.
We're going to invite now Andrew Beeson to the podium to share a quick update on the administrative side from the Assembly of First Nations on the planning for the First Ministers meeting. And so Andrew is helping lead with the national office that work. So we'll switch gears on that now, but the National Chief is making her way out. But Andrew's going to speak about the planning part, the more technical aspect. So Andrew.
Ani, Andrew Bisson Indishnakas, Chigin First Nation and Donjaba, Makwan and Odom. Thank you for the invitation to speak here. I'll be quick. I know the agenda is a little bit beforehand. I want to recognize first knowledge keeper Donna Dabowski from my community, my first boss. So it's always great to see Donna. I know the National Chief provided some brief remarks about it, and just quickly, as of this point, we don't have a date or location for the meeting yet. We're looking at October 2026 most likely. So those type of details we're still trying to nail down between the federal government and the provinces and territories. It's likely to be in Ottawa, and so we're just waiting for confirmation on that. It's going to be, what we're proposing is 2 days. So there'd be 1 day that would be kind of a pre-meeting, but also ceremony. And that's one of the things I know that was echoed in this room yesterday, is that there has to be ceremony, has to be incorporated and be foundational to the meetings kind of thing. It can't just be a normal kind of federal meeting. And so we've definitely been hearing that loud and clear, and we're going to make sure that's going to happen. And so, as National Chief alluded to as well, like, we have some ideas of what could be agenda items. We've been doing a bit of a road show across First Nation communities the past few weeks, because there's a lot of regional assemblies that are happening. And so we've been gathering all that feedback, including, from this group as well. And so what will be presented at the annual General Assembly, which is July 14th to 16th in Ottawa, will be a what we've heard report. And so we're hoping that provide some background information for chiefs, but ultimately it's up to the chiefs at the AGA to really help determine what the agenda is going to be. Also about representation at the meeting. So I know there's been a discussion about that, and we have previous formulas that were used at the AFN for meetings like this, where it goes by the amount of First Nation communities in your region. So if, let's say, there's 30 people there or 40 people there, there's actually a formula for then how many community representatives would be from BC, Ontario, Saskatchewan, and so forth. So we do have some precedent set there that we can work from. So yeah, there's also, I would point you to, there's a lot of information on the AFN website again, we've had some virtual town halls with chiefs, even getting out to some of the regions. And so we're rolling up all that feedback. We're also we're planning to set up, and I know this was something I think that was flagged yesterday as well, is to have a knowledge keepers meeting to really help guide the planning of the First Minister's meeting. And just a reminder too, I know we talk about First Minister's meeting like everyone knows exactly what that is, but it hasn't been done in over 40 years just to be on First Nations issues. I know there's been tables where we've talked kind of with a pan-Indigenous approach, but this is just a First Nations approach. And so what a First Minister's meeting is, all the premiers and the Prime Minister. And so we know there'll be the federal government and the province territories will probably want to control who's in the room, but we're ready to push back on that and work with chiefs on that, and what is, again, what's appropriate representation at that meeting. And so we're going to have further planning at AGA also, and kind of even just how the meeting will be set up. We want to make sure that maybe we look at a bit of a circle approach to really encourage that kind of respect and an effective dialogue. And so again, we're really hoping people do attend the annual General Assembly to help us really nail down all those details. And again, as mentioned before, a pre-meeting before the actual meeting where we can kind of sit down with the chiefs that have been kind of selected to be there to really plot out kind of what the priorities are going to be, what the issues are. And yeah, so I mean, we've heard a lot of recurring themes from our feedback so far. One, that it's not to be a one and done meeting, that this is actually just a first meeting to start a process. And so we've heard that from across the regions, also that it should be built on ceremony. We've heard different approaches of whether it should be, we should have a discussion around opening the Constitution, whether we should be focused on treaty implementation, whether we should be focused on inherent right. While we also have heard from other leadership that say, well, maybe we should be doing that, but at the same time coming up with a plan for how we can tackle maybe some not short-term wins, but kind of those programs and services that maybe is a little bit more tangible while we're also doing the bigger picture work. So again, we're hearing, getting a lot of great feedback from across the country. And so we're really looking forward to the AGA to kind of come to agreement on what that agenda is going to look like at the First Minister's meeting. So again, right now, all we know is October 2026, most likely in Ottawa, but we're hoping to have details very shortly, especially before the AGA, to help planning for that. Yeah, I'll probably just leave it there and just ready to answer any questions, but I did, get a sense of some of the feedback that was shared yesterday. And so we appreciate that. And again, it will be part of a what we've heard roll-up report we'll provide to chiefs at the AGA. So I just encourage you folks to be there and help plan it, because the AFN is helping to put this together, but ultimately it's up to the chiefs to decide what the agenda is going to be, what the priorities are going to be, and what the representation is. So I'll leave it there. Miigwech.
Thank you, Andrew, for that. And as well, we did make during our in-camera discussion yesterday an opportunity for Andrew to sit in and listen to the dialogue and the direction in which our chiefs have established. And now that we do have a resolution around the planning for the First Minister's meeting, which has been made public, although the discussion was in camera, the resolution itself is public. And so there's a lot of work to do as we've, as I've outlined in my remarks and continual around this, there is a short, relatively short, I guess to a certain degree, long runway on this into the fall, but a lot of work to do. And so we're going to continue to push that. Are there any final questions before I turn it back to the chairs to take us back into the regular scheduled program? All right, Andrew, thank you so much for making yourself available to us. All right, so we'll turn it over to the chairs, whoever's going to walk us through the next.
Okay, Miigwech, Ontario Regional Chief. So we'll get back to the agenda. We have many, many issues to get through. So we'll probably go a little bit later into about 5:30 or so. Hopefully that's okay. I see some smiles, maybe not. We'll see how it goes. There was a boat tour that was planned for tonight. The host community was going to take names if you wanted to go on a boat tour, but unfortunately, because of the rain, that's been canceled. So that will not be taking place. But the other activities in the facility here, they should be continuing. So we're going to go to the Canada Water Act modernization and the ISK Water Wastewater Framework. And I'm going to call on Kathleen Padullo. Kathleen's the Director of Environment. We also have at least one resolution on water, well, two resolutions on water. We'll deal with those immediately after the presentation. So Kathleen.
Thank you, Adam. Saguli, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Grand Chiefs, Chiefs, and welcome, everyone. My name is Kathleen Padullo. I'm the Director of Environment for the Chiefs of Ontario, and I want to, first of all, acknowledge the sacred items in the room. I want to recognize the Ontario Regional Chief, and I don't know if Chief Williams is still in the room, but I want to recognize Chief Williams from Rama and the community for hosting the annual Chiefs Assembly. So this afternoon, we have a presentation on water, and we will introduce two resolutions. The first resolution is on the modernization of the Canada Water Act, and the second resolution is on ISK's new water wastewater framework. And Chiefs, you will have the briefing notes and the background information in your kits. So joining me this afternoon to present on water issues are two incredible women who have worked for decades on ensuring that First Nations have safe potable drinking water and who both co-developed Bill C-61 and continue to advocate for First Nations on all things water. So I want you to please welcome Grand Council Chief Linda DeBosque, who's the portfolio holder for the Environment Department at the Chiefs of Ontario, and Dr. Carrie Black, who's joining us online. And she is the Associate Professor and the Canadian Research Chair in the Department of Civil Engineering at the University of Calgary. So please give them a warm welcome.
Miigwech. With Dr. Black, she actually prefers to be called Carrie. Very humble, has worked closely with many of our First Nations in Ontario, but also across the country for many years. She's a true ally and a real firecracker at times. We sometimes fire each other up and we need a fire truck to put us out. But that being said, I really want to just preface the presentation, which will have a lot of the technical pieces that will be presented by Carrie. I want to talk about the safe drinking water legislation that was dropped yesterday through the ISK Minister Galmasti. And I want to preface my commentary around, I respect the Minister Mandy Galmasti as an Anishinaabe Kwe. I think we all recognize those spaces are absolutely difficult to work in. However, there is nothing personal in this space as our nations advocate for water, and that this commentary is not a personal attack against her as an Anishinaabe Kwe, but a criticism of the continued failure of Canada to ensure the provision of safe drinking water in communities. So I want to make sure that's completely separated. I do know that at times we as Anishinaabe people, we feel very personally attacked in some things. I just want to make sure I'm speaking to this from the context that every minister our nations have held to a certain accountability over time. So yesterday, the legislation that was dropped had it was reintroduced with modifications from the former bill known as C-61. We were encouraged to see much of the jurisdictional elements that were recognized in the original legislation reflected in the bill tabled yesterday, which we call now Bill C-37. We are continuing to review the bill in its entirety. However, at the present time, based on our initial analysis and initial comments, we see that Bill C-37 represents a significant departure from the collaborative approach followed with Bill C-61. The bill dropped yesterday had zero consultation with First Nations prior to its reintroduction. 61 died on the order paper when government was prorogued, and it took over 15 months for this government to reintroduce in what I would say just bluntly a watered down version of that bill. The former Bill 61 was a result of 2 years of co-development and over 2 decades of advocacy by our nations. To our advocacy at our grassroots level by our women, our knowledge keepers, always reminding us that water is the blood of Mother Earth. It is something we've always held in high regard as a spirit that continues to provide us life. And we have that sacred obligation and responsibility to ensure that that's available into the future for those children yet to come. The former Bill C-61 included critical components for water and source water protection, and this was endorsed by that committee process. Our nations view water as a human right, full stop. This bill speaks to the progressive realization of the human right to water for our nations, and that is absolutely, in my view, as a Kwe, as a grandmother, as a water protector, a slap in the face. That language is ignorant from our lens. You know, and it frustrates me because our nations have been advancing this for decades and decades and decades. And still today, we still see, you know, our sister communities still removed from their community because they lack that water. And so perhaps I may be cynical, but I think that, you know, the use of that language about the progressive realization is a legislated excuse to continue to delay. And I don't think that's acceptable. And I don't feel anyone in the room agrees that to be acceptable. perhaps I may be cynical or perhaps courageous to come from a space that has seen a lot of these processes work throughout the years. And to me, this bill is really a protectionist bill for the government of Canada. And perhaps it's the Department of Justice that truly runs this country. It is so absolutely risk averse around the source water protection, and I believe is a culmination from the province of Ontario and Alberta co-signing a letter not to reintroduce C61. I also believe it has direct linkages to C5. So from an expanded aspect and an opportunity for nations in the former 61, this C37 as it relates to source water only recognizes our nation's jurisdiction of water under our reserve lands within our boundaries, our prescribed boundaries above, and that's it. They slipped in the word adjacent, and many of you know what would akin that to language used in the ATR process, lands adjacent to reserve. But the reality is our nations have been protecting their waters inside the boundaries of their communities since they've existed. We've already asserted that. And, for Canada as a fiduciary of our people to succumb to the pressures of the provinces around source water really demonstrate that both levels of government view water only as a commodity and resource and not the living spirit that provides us life every single day. We are going to be told that this legislation will be moving through the parliamentary process and there's opportunity to come to committee. But the reality is this: we see how quickly C5 went through under a majority government. I believe the process is just that, a checkbox exercise, and that the language we see in this bill will stay. And maybe I've been around this space too long to have a certain belief, but I don't know. I do believe that if we truly want change, we collectively, not just in our region, but across this country, really need to determine how it is then, are we really truly going to protect these resources? In a conversation with the minister's staff just before the bill dropped, they're telling me, we worked really hard and there's a $4.6 billion financial investment attached. I'm like, yeah. Perhaps government needs to stop with this carrot and stick approach to convince us that something is good enough. I did ask the staff of the minister, I said, while you're taking our comments back, while you're taking it back, perhaps you can retrieve the document or documents that show that all of our nations ceded jurisdiction to water. Last I checked, we didn't. And I do recall as a little girl sitting with warriors of the past, the late Ernie DeBoskiba, who was a strong advocate for our inherent rights and the responsibility that the government has in that treaty relationship. And he always said, we need to fight more for water because they just took it. We never gave it up. Just as we didn't give up the land. When we looked at the text of the bodies of treaty, where did it say water? Because at that time when they were signed, it was all about the land and our nation's understanding about sharing that. So So we're going to be working on that type of plan collaboratively with our Chiefs of Ontario Committee, as well as advancing Ontario's position to this legislation upwards to the AFN Chiefs Committee on Housing and Infrastructure / Committee on Environment to address these concerns. One of the other pieces in this legislation, it removed meaningful consultation directly with our First Nations. That was completely removed. And elements of it also were removed in terms of co-creation directly with our First Nations. So again, it becomes that paternalistic document, and the challenge then is, are we going to pay attention to that financial figure, which we all know is a drop in the bucket for the entire needs, not just within this region, but across this country as it relates to water and wastewater? And are we going to accept this is as good as it's going to get? I'm not sure. That's up for a discussion amongst our leadership. So not including or engaging with our critical nations, our technicians, our treaty nations, undermines the principles of self-determination and respect for First Nations sovereignty. It's concerning because for a piece of legislation that is in part about reaffirming our nation's constitutionally protected right to self-government, regarding the topic of the legislation, the shortfall must be rectified as the bill moves through the process. We also have to remember that this bill is written by people who've probably never set foot in our communities. And it doesn't come through our lens. It makes it comfortable for Canada, and yet still uncomfortable for our nations. And lastly, provincial economic interests and assertions of jurisdiction cannot take precedence over our First Nations inherent rights, their jurisdiction, well-being, and their constitutional rights. And I will turn it over to our co-presenter, Dr. Carrie Black, and with that, I say miigwech.
Miigwech, Grand Chief. Hopefully you can hear me online. The only person I can see is the Director of Environment, Kathleen, so I'm going to trust her thumbs up. Okay, perfect. So we'll just have the PowerPoint presentation put up there. So we have a few items to go through, and given the reminder that we are behind schedule, I'm going to try and speak to it as quickly as possible. So we'll talk a little bit about the legislation because it just happened, but the materials that you've been presented were actually prepared prior to the tabling of the legislation. So just an FYI. I just want to start first by thanking the elders and knowledge keepers in the room. I'm acknowledging the beautiful territories that you're gathered on today. And I apologize for not being there in person, which was the plan. I always love coming to the Chiefs of Ontario assemblies. So we'll start first with just a little bit of history. So on the next slide, just a reminder of the important things that we know are true. So it's a fundamental human right to have access to water, as it is also a fundamental human right to have access to adequate sanitation or wastewater, which is sometimes forgotten in our commitments. We all know that Ontario faces a disproportionate number of advisories, the highest number of short-term and long-term advisories. In fact, over the last year of 2025, we saw the long-term advisory numbers go up in Ontario, which is really problematic. And despite the fact that we have a class action settlement and there has been commitments, you can see that the progress remains unsatisfactory. That word is actually taken directly from the Auditor General's report on progress to achieving safe, clean drinking water for First Nations. So there's a lot happening in water right now, and unfortunately, the tendency always is to present them separately by the federal government. So you have Indigenous Services Canada tabling a piece of legislation. You have Indigenous Services Canada, through their bureaucratic process, sharing a new funding prioritization tool. And then you have Environment and Climate Change Canada, along with the Canada Water Agency, presenting their approach to modernizing not just the Canada Water Act, but a new water security strategy. To date, First Nations have not been engaged in that discussion. So that's why we're bringing two important pieces or resolutions to you today. On the next slide, I just want to remind everybody in the room of the class action settlement on water. And the reason I do so is that the original Bill C-61, which was died on the floor during the prorogation of Parliament in January 2025, the class action settlement pushed forward and had to advocate strongly for reintroduction of the bill. The federal government had a deadline of June 19th for the reintroduction of legislation, and it was tabled on June 16th. That being said, it's been, as Grand Chief said, almost 16, 17 months since that original piece of legislation was died on the floor. And so that's problematic, but I want to highlight the importance of that settlement agreement and how it can still be used to advocate for increased funding. One of the things that the federal government has said, especially in Ontario region, is that they have fulfilled or are in the process of fulfilling their obligation of minimum funding requirements. And for many chiefs in the room, they've been told that there is simply no more money left to allocate towards their important water projects. The settlement agreement says a minimum $6 billion, but what it really says is that you have to address the issues. So it doesn't matter if it costs $10 billion or $100 billion. What matters is that at the First Nations level, your change in your access to water and wastewater is observed and met, and the human right is met and or exceeded. And that's really important to remember. So I just want to highlight the importance that this settlement agreement can be used as a tool in your negotiations. On the next slide, we'll talk a little bit more about where we're at right now. So Bill C-37 introduced yesterday. There was very little discussion on its introduction. Only MP Terry Duguid asked the minister a question. As Grand Chief mentioned, it is almost identical to the first version that was introduced by the government, and then subsequently went through changes and amendments during committee. While it's very similar, it did take 16 months for reintroduction and no engagement during that period. And so there are some really important changes that you should be turning your eyes to, and we'll also need to be really paying attention to what political representatives are saying in the House. The last time this was debated in the House, there was lots of conversation by the Conservative and Liberal governments on whether or not this bill was going to be strong enough. And so you would expect that that sort of narrative would continue at this introduction of the House, depending on how important our political representatives deem water and wastewater to be. They have indicated in all of their debates that addressing the human right to water and addressing, in particular, long-term drinking water advisories is a top priority. That was said by every single party representative. And so by that account, this should be a really high priority for everybody in the House. The next slide, I'll just highlight a little bit of those pieces that Grand Chief mentioned. I won't repeat, but I did take notes directly from Minister Galmasty on what she said with respect to how this bill is potentially going to help First Nations and advocating their jurisdiction over water systems. But there are some important changes in the bill that you need to read very closely in order to understand whether or not the bill is saying what our aspirations are hoping for. And so one of the ones that Grand Chief Debasier mentioned was that removal of the recognition and affirmation of the human right to safe water. This is really important. So it did not exist in the first version of the bill. And during committee, the committee pushed strongly. And remember, this is a time period where there's no majority government. There's quite a diversity within the INAN committee at that time. They were able to get through committee the addition of a clause that used the words recognition and affirmation of the human right to water. In contrast, what that says now is that the government is committed to further the progressive realization for individuals on First Nations lands of the human right to safe drinking water as protected by the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. That covenant, that binding international treaty that's from 1966, speaks to the standard of living. At a later date in 2003, the UN Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights included a safe, physically accessible, and affordable water into that. However, I want to highlight, very importantly, that the human right to water is the human right to water and sanitation. And when we think about the wastewater crisis that exists across all First Nations in Canada, that is a really important thing to have included in legislation. One of the clauses that was changed was affirmation of the inherent right in relation to water, source water, and protection zones, which has been replaced by just First Nations lands. And so that has implications to your role in source water protection. This is something the minister shared was a concern with provincial governments. And during the original iteration of the bills, the concern was making sure that provinces were happy and not get in the way of their jurisdiction over the watershed. That being said, in many regions, including Ontario region, you don't even have a seat at the table for important discussions on watershed stewardship and source water protection. So this is a really important piece that needs to be taken into account. And a somewhat odd removal is the removal of the word meaningfully on a clause that said there would be implementation of UNDRIP. They've removed the word meaningfully right before implementation of UNDRIP, which you have to ask why. No reasoning provided. But when we see the changes that's happening with the act related to UNDRIP, when we see what's happening in BC with DRIPA, this is really important. How committed is the government to those clauses in the UN declaration is really important when you see small wording changes that could potentially have big impact. So I'll just go to the next slide because we're going to focus a little bit about how all this connects to some of the pieces that we're talking about today. Obviously, keep a close eye as we go through to talk about this, but this likely warrants, a larger gathering. I was recalling that with Grand Chief Debassier almost 12 years ago, having the Ontario Chiefs Water Summit that was funded by Indigenous Services Canada, so that you could have a multiple day conversation on the importance of water. And maybe it's time that Indigenous Services Canada and the federal government support something of that magnitude again. So we'll start just on the next slide with the funding prioritization model. This came through and shared with First Nations with little to no transparency and engagement. That's the feedback directly from First Nations on this. And what it is an announcement from the budget 2025 for $750 million annually. What's in question is how it's going to be split. So they say that it'll be split according to 75% of project-based allocations and then 25% to regional or high priority projects. When you already, as Ontario region, are not getting sufficient funding to address your urgent concerns, that split is going to impact you in different ways that haven't been assessed yet. And so the big piece here is that there was very little discussion with Ontario chiefs and councils and with the chiefs of Ontario as to how this prioritization tool was developed, who was part of those discussions, and whether or not it's going to meet the needs of Ontario region. This is extremely important in the context of CTIG and the conversation you just had previously prior to the National Chief's remarks on adequate infrastructure funding to address the multitude of infrastructure issues that you have within your regions. Ontario has the highest priority projects when it comes to water by virtue of having the most long-term drinking water advisories. So it's important that there's a conversation and advocacy from leadership to ensure that your projects are properly funded and prioritized in this model, not just within your regional allocation, but the total funding that's being allocated now for water and wastewater, especially in the context of the $4.6 billion announcement, which is roughly $920 million per year divided up across different areas and regions of priority. It actually doesn't become that much when you separate it out into individual nations. So the next slide is just a little bit of a continuation of this conversation on the prioritization tool. Just wait for that slide to come up. Thanks. So there's a resolution in your package that talks about this. And really what it's asking is Before you move forward with this prioritization tool and these allocations, and now in recognition of the fact that there's even more funding that's been announced, pause and ensure that you've had a conversation with the Chiefs in Assembly and the Chiefs of Ontario as to how you're going to prioritize Ontario projects, especially when it comes to drinking water and the number of long-term advisories that are in place right now. It also then asks Ontario Region in particular to reaffirm its commitment to the settlement agreement. And that's because of direct messages received by many chiefs in the room that there's no more money left for their important projects. By virtue of the wording in the settlement agreement, they have to address those long-term drinking water advisories of those participating First Nations, and many of them are still experiencing long-term drinking water advisories, and some that previously had them removed have now re-entered a long-term drinking water advisory. So you're asking the Government of Canada to recommit to addressing those issues in Ontario Region. So that's one of the resolutions that's in your package, and really important in the context of this new legislation. Sorry. The second one, and I'll just quickly go through it so there's sufficient time for conversation and also the rest of your agenda. The next slide talks a bit more about a whole nother piece that's coming at you with respect to water, which is if legislation, a new legislation and prioritization tools weren't enough, we actually have this whole nother piece that we've come to you in Assembly on several occasions with our concerns. So the Canada Water Agency was launched almost 2 years ago now. It's headquartered in Winnipeg, but it's been mandated with some important pieces like modernizing the Canada Water Act. But more recently was mandated with leading the development of different strategies, including a national water security strategy. Previously, you have you have a resolution that guides much of this work, but the most recent one has called on the Canada Water Agency to respect First Nations knowledge systems and their relationships and also leadership, and provide the necessary resources, aka funding dollars, for engagement. It also asked for explicit funding for a First Nations water stewardship and governance table. The Chiefs of Ontario has had a gathering to develop terms of reference for what that table could look like, engagement with First Nations in Ontario region, but to date, there's been no committed funding towards that stewardship and governance table. So no ability for chiefs and technicians to come together in Ontario region to really talk about water issues. On the next slide, I'll just speak a little bit more about that. There's been, like I said, these massive announcements on new strategies and new policies related to a water security strategy, the modernization, a new data water research strategy, lots going on, but very little engagement with Ontario First Nations, and that needs to change. Of the funding that has been suggested to Ontario region, only 180K over 3 years has been offered up to the Chiefs of Ontario. So you can quickly do the math and recognize that 180K over 3 years is grossly insufficient to adequately and meaningfully engage on this topic. So the next slide just summarizes a little bit about what we're proposing, specifically when it comes to a resolution on this. Because of these new announcements, we're asking the Canada Water Agency, or the Chiefs in Assembly would be asking the Government of Canada to halt engagements until it's very clear that they have committed funding for engagements with Ontario First Nations. Because typically what happens is that First Nations chiefs and councils and the Chiefs of Ontario advocate and advocate and advocate for increased funding. During that time period, the Government of Canada is engaging with the general population. By the time at which they release any amount of funding dollars, you have a very short period of time to engage in a very short budget to be able to do so, and that's unacceptable. So that's why the immediate halting of those engagements is important in this, so that they can stop, relook at their budget for engagements, and think about how they're going to ensure that they're respecting our previous resolutions by the Chiefs in Assembly, but also that they're going to have sufficient funding to engage meaningfully with Ontario First Nations. And then asking them to come to the Assembly. So there's no greater place from what I've seen over the last 2 decades than a fall or spring assembly for the Chiefs of Ontario to have feedback directly given to them by the chiefs that are there, and provide their feedback to how the Canada Water Agency is proceeding. And it's really important that government officials themselves, apologies, the dog is barking, is very upset about the Government of Canada's approach as well, that the Government of Canada commits to being, finding every way possible to receive your feedback, that important feedback from First Nations. And lastly, because it hasn't been funded to date, that resolution is asking the Government of Canada to recommit to that joint stewardship and governance table, of which the Chiefs of Ontario has begun much of that work in partnership with First Nations and with legal guidance and advice to move forward. So those are the two resolutions that have been brought forward to you today. Adding on the fact that there's new legislation, there's quite a lot for, I think, chiefs in the room to unpack, and a lot of work that's being done in the space that has really, big potential to impact you, and potentially not in positive ways, but in negative ways, limiting your ability to participate in the stewardship of the waters in, on, under, and around your First Nations, because you are often at the end of a watershed that's been heavily polluted and impacted by upstream activities. You need to have a role and play and say and leadership in stewarding waters across your region. So I will stop there and pass it back to Kathleen and Grand Chief Debasi as well. Thank you, Miigwech.
Great, Miigwech. Thank you very much. Dr. Black, thank you for the presentation. So just being mindful of the time, maybe what we'll do is we'll get right into the resolutions. Just to let you know, chiefs, the proxy count for today, we do require 33 chiefs in the room to make decisions. A few minutes ago, we had 35, and I see the door just opened as well. So very mindful of the quorum. We'd like to get to the decision-making process as quickly as we can. So the resolution, the first one, if we can have it up on the screen, it is titled Canada Water Act and National Water Security Strategy. It's Resolution 15. It's moved by Chief R. Don Miracle, who I just want to confirm is still here. Is he there? Oh, yeah, right in front of me. And seconded by Chief Moore Frappier, who is also right in front of me. So the resolution reads, therefore be it resolved that we, the chiefs in assembly, one, call on the Government of Canada and the Canada Water Agency to immediately halt engagements and development of their strategies until they have committed to increase funding for engagement with Ontario First Nations. Number two, call on the Government of Canada and the Canada Water Agency to meet with the Chiefs in Assembly to present their approach at the Fall Assembly. Number three, call on the Government of Canada to reaffirm its commitment to funding the Joint Stewardship and Governance Table. So that's the resolution before you. Mover and seconder, if you wish to address the Assembly on the resolution. Microphone 4.
Given the late hour, I think those 3 points are pretty clear, so I don't need to elaborate.
Miigwech. Back to microphone 4 from the seconder.
Yes, let's not belabor this.
Thank you. The floor is open. Microphone 1.
Chief Wilfred King, Kiaslagi Nishnabek Gulbe First Nation. I think this issue is too important to pass. I want to thank Grand Chief Tabaskaji for all the hard work she's done on this. Source water protection is key. It's critical. And if you don't have that, you won't be able to drink out of your taps one day. I just think that it's, to me, I don't know if it's coincidence or has this been planned that source water is not protected, because we're looking at massive development across this country. And when you have massive development, I can give you, a couple examples. When you open up a mine, you have mine tailings. When you create a dam, you create reservoirs, pipelines, nuclear reactors. In each one of those, especially mine tailings, some of them, like gold, produces cyanide, very poisonous chemical. Dams create mercury. Pipelines has bitumen in it. Nuclear reactors have toxic waste. I'd like to know if any of these could impact our source water protection, for one, and secondly, do we have water treatment plants that can take out these type of serious poisons that would go into our intake and into our taps? And I don't care if the government is listening, and I hope that when the Prime Minister takes a drink of water, from his top, he doesn't have to worry about this. Miigwech.
Miigwech. So I don't think that's a question necessarily to the resolution, but it's a question being thrown out there with a very strong sort of a statement, commentary. So miigwech for that. Back to microphone 1.
Name Bajo, Jeff Forbes of proxy for Chief Laraka of Scugog Island First Nation. I'm curious for our presenters if they're still online. Can we ask and wonder where the $6 billion for the O&M that came out of that settlement is? And is it classified in this resolution? Is it part of any of the engagement strategies that are happening? Because, you know, it's one thing for our water treatment plants, but it costs a significant amount of money to run them and keep them operating in a good way for our people. So 2 questions, I guess, or 1 and a comment. Miigwech.
Miigwech, thank you. Dr. Black, Dr. Carrie Black, are you still there? Yeah, there you are.
Yep, still here. So the minimum $6 billion that's in the class action settlement agreement is the floor, like I said, and it is meant to cover all costs. So it's capital costs and O&M. It's meant to cover actual costs, which is, I know, not something that most people are used to in their funding arrangements because it's usually a formula that estimates what it might cost, especially on O&M, and it's usually pennies on the dollar of what it costs to operate and maintain your systems. What's important in the class action settlement agreement, though, is that because it's the floor, it doesn't matter what it actually costs to provision the drinking water treatment plant and the operation and maintenance, they have to pay that. Now, unfortunately, there's been some problematic narratives shared by many of the chiefs in the room that specifically in Ontario region, they've been told, like I said, that there's insufficient funding or that they've already spent the required funding out of the settlement agreement. And there is a reason why the word minimum is bolded and why the word minimum is in the class action settlement agreement. And that is because, like I said, that is just the start. That's what they have to spend to start. It could, whatever it ends up costing is what it needs to cost. Now, in order, the unfortunate part, and you should not have to do this, I will say, there's no question that you should have to fight for every penny that you fight for. But one of the key mechanisms is to go through a dispute resolution process through the settlement agreement, because a settlement agreement, legally binding, forces Canada's hand in a different way than a conversation with your RDG or a conversation with a budgetary promise does. Because I can promise you 10 billion tomorrow, but it doesn't mean that a penny of that is going to end up in your nation. But the settlement agreement requires that conversation. So I'd say although there's been changes to the O&M funding, that piece on the actual cost that's promised in a settlement agreement has to be a conversation moving forward. More nations in the room can take advantage of the dispute resolution process by going through the First Nations Advisory Council, the FNAC.ca, which is the body that's responsible for pushing forward on the settlement agreement. And the last piece is that in this bill, there's recognition that funding has to go towards actual costs, including O&M. And so as a funding framework is developed, that's going to be really important as well. But all that to say that we still see across all nations, in Ontario in particular, that insufficient O&M funding is going towards their plants, which means whatever capital dollars you've put into your plant at the outset are essentially going to be wasted because your plant is going to not last as long as it ordinarily would because you can't operate and maintain it in the ways that you need to. So more investments over time. It's really a bad business model, as we know, for the federal government, but more importantly, it's a huge problem and burden for First Nations. So it's embedded into the settlement agreement is the short answer. But in order to ensure that you're not being shorted those dollars, utilizing the settlement agreement and the legal process there is going to be key to making sure that nations in the room continue to have access to the adequate funding. So again, if it costs $50 billion, which we know that closing the gap for water wastewater is massive, then that's what it costs.
Mr. Speaker, the
Microphone
question that was asked is where was the $6 billion spent? I was unable to get the information from ISK, was unable to get it from the Water Advisory Committee. So I asked our MP, Shelby Cramp, to raise a parliamentary question for a report on where was the money spent. She did send a report. The report details the projects across the country, what was funded with that money. And so the chiefs of Ontario have that copy of the MP's response. And Kathleen has a copy, so does the RSRC. So maybe Kathleen, if you could send that off to the chiefs so they'll know where the money was spent. But I can tell you, all the members that were party to that class action did not benefit from it.
Good. So Kathleen's taking notes. That information will be sent out. So there was a question there, we did get a response. Chief King, a commentary, I guess I'll call it. Regional Chief. Okay.
Maybe what I'll do is maybe address the source water piece you commented on. Absolutely 100% correct. I recall we were at a Chiefs of Ontario meeting, actually in Chief Ardon Miracle's community, and the province was there, in particular the MECP. And at that time, I took the opportunity to question them why the minister signed a letter with Alberta to push back on C61 and actually not introduce it. And they said to me, well, we have concerns. We agree that First Nations should have clean water, but what we're not clear on is the language used around protection zone. And I said, well, in Bill 5, we asked, what is an economic zone? I said, you provided us with 0 answers to our nations who are asking about that. You continue basically to assert improper jurisdiction over our First Nations rights. I said, you're saying that's the barrier for the province? I said, maybe we ought to think about it a little deeper in that, because just to your point around, nuclear waste, AI data centers, all of these things. To me, that signals that Canada is almost beholden to the province, right, in their economic interests or whatever it is they have going on to justify trampling over our rights, reducing the protections of source water, and not even asking themselves, where did you get this jurisdiction to begin with? And Carrie referenced the Canada Water Agency piece. Where's the foundation of your wrongly asserted jurisdiction over water, right? What will be said later on, and you'll probably hear this from Canada, is that, well, we took out source water protection because it's better fit under the Canada Nature Strategy and National Water Security Strategy. And if we recall these strategies across this country, the National Housing Strategy, what was the other one? There's been a couple of them where they only treated our nations as a checkbox exercise and only merely as a stakeholder where we didn't see that fit in. And so those are the things when we see the behavior and pattern of government that causes a lot of that concern. The other piece I wanted to raise is that that 4.6 billion, nobody knows how they baked up that number.
That's how we do.
No, we don't know what that means. They will say that it's in addition to the recent $2.3 billion investment they talked about, which is part of the modernization piece. They say that's on top of it, but those are only policy funding. There is no certainty into the future, right? And then the way they watered down some of the language around actual costs is concerning, because it leaves it within their presumed jurisdiction to determine what that is for our nations, and could potentially go against the settlement agreement, right? And there's no clarity that the settlement agreement applies to non-class members. So what does that look like then? Where's that certainty? And, how do we move forward with that? So many things to continue to address and assess. Miigwech, Chief.
Miigwech, Grand Council Chief Dabastage. So the resolution is before you. I'm going to suggest it's time to make a decision. You're good with that? So I'm going to call for question. Any opposition? Any opposition to the resolution?
She's already done it.
Sorry?
She called it.
There's no opposition. Don't worry, he's misunderstanding.
Oh, I thought it was opposition. Any opposition?
No,
None? Abstentions? Abstentions? Last call. Any abstentions? None online as well. So with that, resolution is carried. Miigwech. We have another water resolution. Are you both moving? You are. Okay. So this one, we'll have it up on the screen. It's number 16. It's called, or it's titled Indigenous Services Canada ISC New Water and Wastewater Prioritization Tool. So we'll go to therefore be it resolved. Just 2 points, very straightforward. Number one, therefore be it resolved that we, the Chiefs in Assembly, number one, call on the Government of Canada to immediately meet with the Chiefs of Ontario to discuss how the proposed spend of $749 million annually for 3 years, 2026 to 2029, will target Ontario water and wastewater projects, and how the proposed 25% high priority funds will be used in Ontario region. Number two, call on the Government of Canada to reaffirm its commitment to the settlement agreement addressing longstanding drinking water advisories in Ontario region. So that's the resolution. Mover, seconder, you wish to speak to it? Chief Miracle.
Well, if you want to know where the money is going, I suggest you vote for this resolution. Thank you.
Easy. Chief Moore Frappier.
Yeah, what am I going to say after that?
Okay, any other questions, comments? Floor is open. Second call. Thank you. I'll take that under advisement, but I'll give it one more call. Any comments, questions? None? Thank you. Questions being called. Any opposition? I'm looking online as well. In the room, opposition? Any opposition? None? Any abstentions? Abstentions? Any abstentions? I see none, so resolution is carried. Thank you. Miigwech. There's one more resolution before I turn it over to Vera for the next one. We're going to keep plugging away. There's one resolution. We were going to have a presentation this afternoon. We've pushed it to tomorrow. But that's the one dealing with the Regional Information Governance Center, data management. There's a resolution as part of that. So I've been asked if we can present the resolution. No? So 17 is standalone? Okay. So the resolution is standalone, but the resolution is Resolution 17. It's in your packages. It's titled First Nations Controlled Income Assistance Systems, Data and Case Management in Ontario. That resolution moved by Chief Miracle, who is here, seconded by Chief Smith, who, oh, there you are. Thank you. So they are both in the room. So we're going to go through that resolution. It's up on the screen. And the reason we need to get to this one as well is it is an on-time resolution. It's titled, again, I went through the title, mover, seconder, on the screen, number one. Therefore, we, the Chiefs in Assembly, one, affirm and support the right of First Nations in Ontario to independently develop, implement, govern, and operate their own income assistance information technology systems, data governance frameworks, and administrative processes outside of the Ontario Social Assistance Management System, SAMS, and to determine whether to participate in any shared First Nations developed system. Number two, call upon Indigenous Services Canada, ISC, and the Ontario Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services, MCCSS, to provide sufficient long-term and sustainable funding to support the design, development, implementation, operation, training, cybersecurity, and maintenance of the First Nations controlled income assistance software and related data systems. Number 3, direct the Chiefs of Ontario Joint Social Services Table, JSST, in collaboration with the First Nations Social Service Administrators and technical experts to oversee and support the exploration, design, testing, development, implementation, and ongoing improvement of a First Nations owned and controlled income assistance data and case management system for First Nations in Ontario. Number 4, direct the Joint Social Services Table to identify and secure sufficient and sustainable funding to support the activities described in Clause 3. Number 5, call upon Indigenous Services Canada and the Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services to provide dedicated funding to support the Chiefs of Ontario and the Joint Social Services Table in advancing a First Nations controlled income assistance data and software solution. Number 6, direct the Joint Social Services Table to report back to the Chiefs in Assembly at the next ACA to report on the progress. Lots of acronyms, lots of groups there, but hopefully we can follow along. Chief Miracle, mover.
So the resolution really is about First Nations jurisdiction and sovereignty and self-determination in the administration of income assistance programs. And many First Nations currently rely on externally controlled systems that do not fully meet our needs and raise concerns regarding privacy, cybersecurity, flexibility, and control of our information. Canada and Ontario have been unwilling to fund the implementation of this, even though it would be OCAP compliant. The resolution affirms the right of First Nations to develop, govern, operate our own income assistance systems and data solutions with respect to participation in any shared system, which always must be voluntary. Everyone should have the right to opt in or to opt out. The resolution calls on Indigenous Services Canada and Ontario to provide the long-term funding necessary to support development, implementation, training, and maintenance of a cybersecurity system. The resolution also directs the Joint Services Table to work with First Nations administrators and technical experts to explore and advance a First Nations owned and controlled case management and data system. Ultimately, the resolution is about ensuring that First Nations have the tools, resources, authority to manage the programs and data in a way that reflects the priorities of our people, our governance, and our community's needs. I respectfully ask the Chiefs and Assembly to support this resolution. Thank you. Sure. Yeah.
Thank you. Seconder, microphone 1.
Ani Bojo, Ogamakwe, Veronica Smith, Chippewas and Nawash. I'm pleased to second this resolution with Chief R. Don Miracle. I've sat on the Joint Social Services Table at the Chiefs of Ontario 2023 to 2025, representing the IFN, Independent First Nations. First Nations have consistently asserted that our data belongs to our First Nations and must be governed according to our own laws, priorities, and principles. And if Canada and Ontario want to be partners, they need to step up with funding a First Nations income assistance software. This resolution builds on previous mandates from the Chiefs in Assembly regarding data sovereignty, income assistance reform, and First Nations control over social services delivery. It does not prescribe a single approach for all First Nations. It protects the right of each nation to determine what works best for their own community. This resolution also recognizes that meaningful self-determination requires adequate resources, technical capacity, sustained investment from Canada and Ontario. By supporting this resolution, we are taking another step towards First Nations controlled systems that are accountable to our communities and designed around our realities. I say Chimigwedge to the Chiefs and ask that you can support this resolution. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief Smith. Floor is open. Any questions? Microphone 4.
Yeah, elected Chief Sherry Lynn Hill, Six Nations. I'm in favor of this resolution, just some friendly amendments. In the number 1, just after governance frameworks, can we add that uphold OCAT principles in brackets? That's okay. Yeah. And then also in number 2, where it says maintenance of First Nations controlled income assistance. Yeah, assistance, software and other related third-party data systems. So other related than third-party data systems.
Okay, so I'm just looking at the screen here. Under paragraph 1, we're adding that uphold OCAP principles. And then under number 2, the very last line would say income assistance software and other related third-party data systems. Chief Hill, that's good. Good. Mover, Chief Miracle.
I can support Chief Hill's request.
Miigwech. Chief Smith.
Yes, I'm good with that friendly amendment.
Thank you. Any more comments? Comments? Any more comments? None? So with that, I'm going to call for question. Thank you. Question has been called. Any opposition? Opposition? Any opposition? None? Abstentions? Any abstentions? Last call, abstentions? None. So with that, resolution is carried. Miigwech. We have some guests that have been very patiently waiting, so I'm going to turn it over to Vera to introduce the next topic. Yeah, go ahead. Which one? There is a resolution as part of it. Yep, okay.
Miigwech, we'd like to turn our minds and our attention to mine development mapping, Wasekiwat platform. And I'm going to invite Dr. Stephen McLaren and Hasna Banahabid and Walter Mainville to come and do their presentation, and then we'll deal with the resolution. All right, Wayne, got 5 minutes? No.
Miigwech. We'll try to keep this as short as possible, but also very thorough. Bonjour, elders, knowledge keepers, leadership, and First Nations representatives from across Ontario and Turtle Island. Miigwech to the Chiefs of Ontario, Chippewa of Rama, Council of Three Fires, Niswe, Mishko de Winwin, for providing us the opportunity to be here today. Jawanongana ben Dejnakas, Wasasi and Dodem, Kukajing and Dunji, Treaty 3 and Dunji. My name is Walter Mainville from Kuching First Nation and son of Elmer Mainville and Rickenpegatis, and I serve as the Mineral Sector Specialist with the Territorial Planning Unit at the Grand Council Treaty 3. I'm proud to be joined here today by my partners and co-developers from the University of Manitoba, Hasna Banahabib, and Dr. Stefan McLaughlin as we introduce Wasekiwat Land Watch, Eyes from the Sky. The story behind the platform began shortly after I came back to Grand Council Treaty 3 to work as the Mineral Sector Specialist. And during a meeting, which we regularly had regular meetings with mineral development advisors and land managers from across Treaty 3 quarterly, trying to get together with each other as often as we could. We'd always discuss the ever increasing amount of mining activity taking place throughout the territory. This is my focus. This is what I'm looking at every single day. As always, it's encouraging to see our people gather together, sharing information, stories, and discussing what was happening on our lands, to our water, Nebe, and within our communities. During a discussion, a friend of mine and colleague, Ron Allen from Nigikus First Nation, asked me a simple question, and it resonated. Why don't we build our own mining platform? It was a simple question, but it was the most powerful question. I know that there are other mining platforms out there through Waban Tribal Council, with Anishinaabe. I understand that we have these strengths that are already out there, but I wanted to focus on another system for Treaty 3, built by Treaty 3 members. As you can see, very proud. We were all very proud that day. We were all very happy because we were collaborating, we were brainstorming, we were all thinking together about what we should do with mining. We understand that there are pros, we understand that there are cons. We love the water, we love the land, we are the land. Like Fred Kelly says, we are the land. So any decision making that we're having with mining, we have to be delicate, we have to be careful, and we have to have all the information in front of us. I took that question or that comment by Ron Allen to heart, and I thought about that idea for days and weeks afterward. Thankfully, a few moments after, I connected with a professor, Stefan here, from the University of Manitoba. During one of our conversations, I asked him how feasible and realistic it would be to create our own mining tracking and notification system. That's the strength about this idea, is notifying ourselves. With all the information that's out there, we can notify ourselves. One designed by First Nations for First Nations. Stefan believed it could be done and recommended a talented master's student who possessed the technical expertise to bring the idea to life. That student was Hosna Benahibib, and she's like a unicorn to us. So much appreciation to her for all of this. What began as a conversation soon evolved into a research project, a master's thesis, which she did win an award on, and I want to make sure that that's highlighted because it was recognized across the country. And ultimately, the development of this platform, Wasekiwat Land Watch, the eyes in the sky. We're watching what's happening to our land, and we have the decision-making power to be that authority. We don't have to wait on them anymore. This is a platform that's going to give us that power, and we're going to give a demonstration of this right shortly. For too long, our communities have been forced to react to development after decisions have already been made, or after opportunities to respond have already passed, or we barely have any chance to respond to. We have often received limited notice, incomplete information, and short timelines. 30 days they give us. 30 days. How do you do that when you have to analyze, interpret it, research it, and then bring it back to your chief and council within 30 days to make a decision on what they think about this claim or this permit? We need every minute that we can, and this platform opens up the book. We believe our nations deserve better than this system that wasn't designed for us. It was designed for mining companies. It was designed for the federal, provincial governments. It wasn't designed for our people in mind. It was designed so they can limit our scope. We need to have that full scope to make full, informed decisions. If governments are committed to transparency, meaningful consultation, and the principles of free, prior, informed consent, then First Nations must have access to timely and reliable information. We shouldn't have to wait to be informed by others occurring on our lands and in our territories. Wasekiwat hopes to address this challenge. The platform provides real-time access to mining claims, permits, and mineral development occurring throughout Ontario. It allows communities to monitor activity, visualize developments throughout, and it allows communities to monitor and receive notifications so they can make informed decisions based on their own priorities, interests, and concerns. We can notify ourselves from here on. Whether a project presents opportunities, challenges, or both, our nations deserve the ability to see the complete picture and determine for ourselves how we wish to respond if we want to respond. This platform is not intended to replace consultation, but it strengthens our capacity to engage in consultation and engagement from a position of knowledge and preparedness. Today, we're demonstrating version 1.0 of Wasekiwat. While we are proud of what has been accomplished so far, this is only the beginning. We see tremendous potential for this platform to grow and into a long-term First Nations-led monitoring and notification system that supports communities, First Nations across Ontario and beyond. And Manitoba isn't that far behind. We're working on their data as well. Our goal is simple. No First Nation should ever be caught off guard by mining. My granddaughter, Jasmine McGuire, taught me a great and simple life lesson. I just wanted to share this, that if you take from Mother Earth, you give back to her. She told me this, and it was the most profound moment that I had in my life. But miigwech to the Chiefs of Ontario providing this opportunity to share this work with you today. I'm going to pass the mic off to Professor McLaughlin, who's going to introduce himself, and our master student from the University of Manitoba. Before we begin our demonstration of Wasekiwat. Miigwech.
Thanks, Walter. So yeah, I'm Steph McLaughlin. I'm a prof at the University of Manitoba. I've been there, working there for about 25 years. And just most of you don't know me. And so I just wanted to spend 30 or 40 seconds talking about that. So basically, I'm trained as a biologist, an environmental scientist. And I've been working in close partnership with First Nations for sure in Treaty 5 in northern Manitoba especially, but in Treaty 3 and Treaty 9 and other parts of the country as well. And, you know, people talk a lot about braided or two-eyed seeing. Basically, all the work that we do, because it's grounded in partnership, as university researchers, we're providing supports, we're providing, in some cases, technical help, we're providing networking expertise, but we're always in the background. And I think this project represents this in principle. With Walter reaching out to me figuring out kind of how we could line up an amazing grad student. She would be up here if she wasn't shy. And so hopefully you get an opportunity to meet her at our desk behind. But basically, that's all it is. It's about partnerships. It's about applied practical research. And it's about amplifying those local, those community, those Indigenous voices in whatever way we can. Yes, it's about the environment, but it's also around Indigenous lives and it's around livelihoods. And so we're not taking a stance on mining. We're just trying to provide the tool, very much like the fork that's sitting on most of your plates now. Doesn't matter if you're vegetarian or eat traditional food. We are a tool and we will just help you in that regard. We each have different roles in this project. And so just wanted to quickly say that in Hosna's case, she's in the salt mines. So she basically is there doing all the coding, She's brilliant. She's doing all the GIS work. Walter, in a sense, represents the vision. He represents the culture. Walter has worked in the mining industry for decades and decades, and so he has that lived experience. And obviously, through his connections through Treaty 3 and elsewhere, he brings all sorts of other things to the table. Me, as a researcher, affiliated with the university, unlike most university researchers, I'm pretty happy being in the background and providing supports and networks with other kinds of scientists. Yes, around this mining app, but we also work around Guardians programs, environmental monitoring, traditional foods, contaminants, you name it. And so my job is just to provide a level of strategic thinking in terms of partnership building, and then reaching out and finding out people who can help us as well. And I would say the other thing that this program represents is a real shift towards solutions, right? And so we can spend time talking about everything that's wrong with the environment, everything, and there are very real things, and we heard that today just around water, right? And obviously all of us are concerned around water, but this represents a solution in terms of moving forward that can be tailor-made by any community, by any Indigenous organization that feels value in working with this tool. And so we're at a point, and Walter will demonstrate this as we move forward, but we're at the point that we have this ready to go. And we're now working with different First Nations to, in a sense, it's almost like a proof of concept. It's a pilot project. It's early on, where we'll work with a subset of First Nations interested in doing this to see how it works. And then to take those experiences and those ideas back in a way that Walter will talk about in terms of iterations and improving and tailoring that software to meet those local needs. And so I would just kind of conclude by saying that this is an incredible opportunity to work with a number of you, maybe many of you, maybe even all of your nations moving forward. And just to clarify, to say, yes, universities have done a lot of harm. We still micromanage and control research in ways that, in many ways, that are inappropriate. And just to reinforce what was said earlier in the last resolution, this is all compliant with OCAP. All the data that are generated are owned by the community. In some cases, we don't even need to access the data if there's that in-house capacity to work with it. And we, again, like that fork on your plate, are only here to serve. Thank you.
Miigwech. It's been a pleasure working with Stefan and Hasna. So I'm just gonna go through this bit of a PowerPoint presentation that we have here that has a bit of demonstration throughout the platform. So these have been on this front page for a bit now. We'll move on to the second photo here, or second slide. Whoever's controlling that, alrighty. That's myself, co-developer and TPU Grand Council Treaty 3 compliance team. Professor Stephen McLaughlin, University of Manitoba, and Hasna Mahana. Go to the next slide. Oh, sorry. Thank you. So yeah, First Nations are constantly forced to react. Mining moves faster than consultation. It's a fact. Ever since 2018, right before the pandemic, they designed a system that was purely digital. Activity is registered and advanced long before First Nations hear about it. Claims are staked online in minutes from their phones, from their high rises, from wherever they are. They could be in the bush and they can make a claim. Comment windows are short, where public input exists at all. It is often open for only 30 to 60 days. The data is public, but not accessible. Records are scattered across disconnected systems, and they are technical and overwhelming. sorry. With this Wasaki Watt, daily, it'll show the active proposals that are happening in Ontario. So this is specific to Ontario now. This is a Treaty 3 centered platform at this moment, but we hope to bring this to all of Ontario if possible. We want to get your support. It shows 388,705 active claims right now and 12,965 drill holes since 2018. Throughout our platform, we have a knowledge interface, so Mining 101, which we speak about the different phases of mining from prospecting to closure of mines. So whoever's in charge of that portfolio in your community can learn about mining from every stage. And we also have a Mining 101 at Treaty 3, which was in development for probably like 3 or 4 years. So pretty proud of that as well. Monitoring and analysis through interactive maps, mine claims, permits, drill holes, abandoned mines. So these recovery of minerals permits, which, you know, they're very keen about right now. We can know about all these, all and contacts all in one view with spatial analysis that reveals how records relate. And the key highlight of this platform, which I feel is super important, is the notification and awareness. Alerts to your emails. Instead of relying on the Ministry of Mines determining which communities should be notified about a project, our communities can now see the entire thing and decide with a shapefile or a radius of your community to be notified by email of any activity that's happening within that area. You have that power now. There's not much excuses after having this platform. It's just a quick snapshot of the platform. I'm not too sure if can play this file on here. There we are. So this is our front page, and this is just demonstrating a bit of how to navigate through the 101 data and maps and notification. Mining projects, what should we know? This is a bit of a visual on the different stages of mining, from exploration or prospecting to exploration to extraction to milling and processing to closure. And we know that closure plans aren't an absolute necessity of the Ontario government at this moment. Here's a snapshot of the mining activity in Ontario. As you can see, through color coding, it'll display the different colors of each month on how far along the mining claim has gone. And you can see all the claim holders and proponent names, their information, how long the claim has been open, and when it's going to close. Sorry, it was a video, but it wasn't working. Rule-based system sorts by each type, date, regulatory stage, distance from First Nations, and nearby contexts. So most time-sensitive items rise to the top. Context, background, and information, not a current priority. So it goes from 1 to action now. So red is act now. It's a warning system. This is a complete transparency tool for our First Nations to know what is happening and how far along the mining has been going and what stage of mining is happening. Oops, how do I go back? So here's our notification system. Pretty much the same way that you would through MLAs, but to open up an ERO. It'll open up here, and so this is like our radar system for right now for Treaty 3. Those radiuses are 30 to 60 kilometer circles that you can see around each community, 28 communities in First Nation in Treaty 3. And we'll soon be able to allow the uploads of shape files of your traditional territories or where you deem that you would like to be notified on. And the frequency, if you just want to be notified one time throughout that 30-day period, or if you want to be notified weekly, enter your email address. Tells you there's 13 days left. Right on. Okay, version 1.0 in the road ahead. It's live right now, so anybody can use this platform. There's a QR code there if you'd like to check it out. It's complete monitoring and notification workflow for Treaty 3 right now. We'd like to see the Anishinaabe Nation, Robinson Superior, Huron. We'd like to see all communities throughout Ontario using this platform. It'll grow into a long-term First Nations-led system. And with Manitoba to follow, like any critical infrastructure, ongoing maintenance, technical governance, and technical capacity is needed. So right now we only have Hosna, and then myself with my little brain tinkering in the background too. So it's we definitely need the support and capacity funding to push this to a new level, version 2.0, and yeah. Wasekiwa can help with early awareness of activity, map-based review and context, monitoring changes over time, notification routing to the right people in your community, organizing evidence for the record, and technical support for mining activity and data. Wasekiwa won't replace legal advice, field verification of sites, Crown consultation, First Nations decision-making, or Anishinaabe Law and Governance Authority. I just want to say miigwech to Ontario Mineral Development Advisors across Ontario. I've worked with many of you over the past 4 years, land managers and working groups. Kim Rosen and her group, the Territorial Planning Unit, of course, at the Grand Council Treaty 3, and leadership will get you to, and the Chiefs of Ontario Mining Task Force, of course, and the University of Manitoba. Questions and discussions, please come to our booth. Help us make this grow. We need this. It's super important. We are the land. And also I wanted to say, miigwech, and I want to give a shout out to Grassy Narrows because they need our support. Oh, miigwech.
Want to say miigwech for that presentation. That it is a support resolution that you have in your packages. Is there any comments or questions on the presentation? Any comments or questions on the presentation? Seeing none, I'm going to therefore read the Chief Wabeth. You have a
Oh.
question, comment, clarification?
Well, I have the presentation from Wesekiwat Land Watch is very interesting to me for our First Nations as well. I really thank the presentation that was made, and it's really good. It's a tool. It's a tool that we can utilize to monitor mining activity up in our areas. So it's really very interesting. Um, in terms of the information feeding that information into a map, for example, feeding that information into a map. Okay, you would then see the map has no activity, and all of a sudden you see the blocks of squares, which are the mining claims, and it's within the radar or the scope of First Nation, and then what I would like to know is the stages, like the claim staking had happened, and drilling is happening, and do you have indicators in terms of the progress in the map if it's drilling happening, or if they're bringing equipment and building up a camp or something? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a question that I've been asking the Ministry of Mines over the past 4 years is what's the difference between early exploration and advanced exploration? They never give me an answer. So they say it could be, 10 drill holes to 100 drill holes for early exploration, or it can be into the thousands to 10,000 of drill holes for advanced exploration. So I think that's a question that we still need to continue to drive on the Ontario government as to what determines advanced and what determines early exploration. I'm sorry, I can't give you that answer, but there are sources that we are looking into where we can find this information out, but again, we do need a bit more capacity and that workforce behind this platform in order to be able to include more capabilities of this platform. It'd be amazing to have trap line data on here, transmission line, energy, watersheds, all of this. It'd be great. But right now we're focusing specifically on mining, but sorry, I'm trailing, but I really think that's a question that we need to continue to question the Ontario government on. Miigwech.
Miigwech. If there are no other questions, Chief Elijah Jameson, are you in the room? Lena Copenez? Chief Elijah?
Yep.
Okay, Lena, yes, all right. There's a whereas on the first page, turn it over, and therefore be it resolved that we, the chiefs in assembly, support the continued development, implementation, and expansion of the Wasay Kiwet Land Watch platform as an Indigenous-led mining lands monitoring and notification system for First Nations across Ontario. Call upon Chiefs of Ontario to advocate for sustainable funding and technical support for the continued operation, enhancement, training, and community accessibility of the Wasay Kiwet Land Watch platform. Support the establishment of Wasay Kiwet Land Watch as a standardized Indigenous resource monitoring tool to assist First Nations in tracking mining claims, permits, exploration activities, and cumulative land impacts within their territories. direct Chiefs of Ontario and the Mining Task Force to work cooperatively with First Nations leadership, technical advisors, and partner organizations to explore province-wide implementation opportunities and future expansion into neighboring jurisdictions, including Manitoba. Affirm that Indigenous-led monitoring systems and land-based data governance and essential components of First Nations jurisdiction inform decision-making and the protection of treaty, Aboriginal, and inherent rights in relation to mining and critical mining development, mineral development, Declare that the resolution is without prejudice to any similar or parallel initiatives being undertaken by First Nations and their organizations, including land monitoring, environmental stewardship, cumulative effects tracking, mining data governance, and related technology capacity building efforts. That is the resolution. Would the mover and/or seconder like to speak to the resolution?
Yeah, I'd like to make a couple comments there. Elijah Jameson there, Chief of Nisatchio and Anishinaabe Nation. I was asked to move this here. I've seen Walter's presentation a few times. Thank you again, Walter. Great presentation. Just speaking on this briefly, you know, for myself, when I initially seen the presentation, you know, it just what came to my mind right away was the challenges I think we have with the need to, you know, the duty to consult or lack thereof with some of these proponents, and knowing that they've streamlined the process to be able to put in these mining claims. And I think the overall vision is to really get that information a little bit more accessible to our communities and our leadership, and, you know, to be able to strengthen those conversations at that advocacy level, right? You know, I think it's looking farther down the line too. Another thing that kind of comes to my mind is our future generations and our young leaders as they come up. You know, right now I know it's in the preliminary stages, but looking at that larger vision, you know, this is a tool that when time comes, I think it'll really strengthen those conversations moving forward, and maybe even mitigate some of the challenges that we've had with the current process with you know, those discussions with those proponents, right? So for me, I was pretty straightforward there. But looking at that larger vision, you know, this is a tool that when time comes. So yeah, oh, they don't want to hear me no more. But yeah, you know, and again, I want to thank you for all the hard work. I know it's a passion project there for Walter, and like you mentioned, you know, they're having some capacity issues, and just thinking farther down the line, you know, being proactive rather than reactive, right? It's good to know what's going on in our backyard. So, Chimiwich.
All right, Miigwech, Chief. And if you could wear your lanyard.
Bonjour, Akwazash Dijnakas, Atikto Tem, Ojaboyza Benigabing Dunji. My English name is Lena Kopanas, and I'm here today as proxy for Chief Jeff Kopanas. We fully support this resolution because we are trying to protect our waters and deal with our state of emergency. Ojibways of Benigabing First Nation is in a state of emergency because we are losing our members to drugs, alcohol, and suicides. We don't have time to monitor or track mining claims, or even have the time to grieve the loss of our loved ones due to having funerals back to back. This resolution will ensure that all First Nation communities are made aware of the mining explorations in their backyards. When I think of clean drinking water, I think of our brothers and sisters in Wapsimoom and Grassy Narrows First Nation, who do not have that basic human right. Both First Nations are dealing with mercury poisoning in their drinking water, and because of that, a lot of their members have major health issues. Today, I ask all the chiefs in attendance for your support. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Any comments, questions, clarification on the resolution? Any comments, questions, clarification on the resolution? Any comments, questions, clarification on the resolution? Questions called. Thank you. Is there any opposition to the resolution? Is there any opposition to the resolution? Is there any opposition to the resolution? Is there any abstentions to the resolution? Okay, thank you. Is there any abstentions? Is there any abstentions to the resolution? Would those people would like their name recorded? The abstentions, would you like your name recorded? Uh-huh. Okay. The resolution is carried. Miigwech. So the chair understands that it's like 5:45. There is one more agenda item. Ontario Final Settlement Agreement. The chair is entertaining whether chiefs want to continue for 15 more minutes and or fini. Okay, so if you can get here and be here at 8:30, this chair will be ready to entertain the final settlement agreement that the Women's Council and the 2LSGBTQQIAPD have already agreed that they would speak tomorrow. We want you to remember that you're to support our crafters and vendors in the foyer. The doors will be locked in order to ensure our secret items are secure. There's a dinner meeting. There's a dinner meeting for the women and the Two-Spirit Chiefs Network. It's at 6 o'clock at the Rama Community Center. All women chiefs and Two-Spirit chiefs are welcome to join, as well as any of the Women's Council and Two-Spirit and council members.
So the official agenda says 9 a.m.?
Yeah.
We need to stick to 9. What is this?
Chief King. Mike 1.
Order. You said the meeting's gonna start tomorrow at 8:30?
It's okay, Chief King, I got corrected already.
Okay.
You
Oh my
accepted
God.
it. You accepted an agenda for 9 o'clock. It's,
Okay. Miigwech, that sounds, I'm okay with that.
I just.
I get to sleep in an extra hour. Miigwech.
I just thought we could, anyway, enjoy your evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, I see. Yeah.